A moment later a tall young woman in a grey motor cloak, and a small young woman in a brown cloak, entered the hotel. The veils that covered their close-fitting toques and fell over their faces were not thick, yet in the electric light the gauze took on a disguising glitter. The pair in their plain wraps were not conspicuous figures even in a third-rate hotel like the Westmoreland, and the clerk whom they approached was not moved to curiosity. "Mr. Peterson? He's in, came in over an hour ago, and mentioned that he expected a caller party to go right up. He's expecting us, one or both," Chloe cut in hastily. "What's his number?" 658, top floor, said the clerk. "The elevator's just over there to the left, see." "We'll go up together," Chloe whispered, "and then, if you really think best to see the man alone, I'll hang about somewhere in the hall till you come out and call me." Beverly made no reply. Already she was fathoms deep in thought. The musty-smelling lift shot them up to the top floor. Beverly, stepping out ahead of Chloe, had the air of having forgotten her existence. The girl's anxiety deepened. The best she could do was to guide her friend through dimly lighted, dark-walled corridors, to the right number, 658. Beverly had, before they left the taxi, given the money and jewels into her companion's hand. Clot's overstrained nerves began to take their revenge. This shabby hotel was an evil place. To her it seemed that each closed door hid something secret and sinister. They met no one between the elevator and Peterson's room. Involuntarily, the two paused an instant in front of number 658 before knocking. No sound came from within. If Peterson were in his room, apparently he was alone. Beverly tapped, a sharp, nervous tap. "Come in," cried a voice which sounded far off, as if the speaker called from the furthest corner of the room, or from the depths of a wall cupboard. "Keep near, but not too near," whispered Beverly, and opened the door. To her surprise and CIO's there was no light in the room, yet it was not really dark. The blind on the Cunanless window opposite the door was rolled up to the top, and let in light from the brilliantly illuminated street 6 stories below. As Beverly passed in, Chloe caught a glimpse of a man's figure comfortably seated in a high-backed chair in front of the window. She even recognized the mean profile of Peterson, outlined in black against the luminous square of a window pane, and anger pricked her that he should dare receive Mrs. Sands without rising. Then the door shut, and Chloe, obeying the order to keep near, but not too near, took a few steps down the corridor. Within sight of the door, but not within hearing of voices on the other side unless they should rise to a shout, she hovered uneasily. It was hateful to Chloe that Angel should be alone with the finette-faced man behind the closed door. He might choke Beverly to death with those sly, thievish hands of his, and the sentinel outside would not know. Why was he sitting there in the dark, she puzzled, like a spider in his web, waiting to pounce? She could not put away the impression that there was something more terrible even than Beverly had expected. No one came or went. After all, she had been there only 4 or 5 minutes, though the time seemed long. It might easily be half an hour, Chloe reminded herself, before she could hope to be called into consultation, or invited to hand over the precious bag. She looked wistfully toward the nearest end of the corridor. There, in front of a window, was a big brown trunk. She would go and sit on that trunk to rest. It was well within sight of Peterson's door. Her eyes would never leave that door. With renewed life she could spring up as she saw it opened by Angel. "Yes, I've got to the limit," the girl said. She was so spent that her feet seemed to have weights attached to them as she dragged herself toward the trunk. Reaching it, she dropped, rather than sat, upon the rounded top. No sooner had she touched the lid, however, than she bounded up as if she had received an electric shock. It seemed that something inside the TNLNK had given a leap, and that the great box had quivered under her. At the same instant the door of number 658 was thrown open. Beverly came out. 20. Murder. There was something not natural in Beverly's air and manner. Normally she had a proud, erect carriage. Now she came stumbling out of number 658, and with drooping head and shoulders bent, crept into the hall, leaving the door half open behind her, but she stopped abruptly and turned back. Chloe, forgetting her own weakness, and forgetting the brown trunk, hurried to join her friend. But Beverly seemed to be unconscious of the girl's presence. She stood as far as possible from the door, closed it without noise, and was walking away again when CIO's arm slid round her waist. "Darling, what has he said, what has he done to you?" the girl implored. Beverly seized Chloe by the wrist, and pulled her toward the lift. "Hurry," she whispered. "We must get away as soon as we can, for Roger's sake." "But what about the papers, and the pearls?" Chloe persisted. "Had Peterson taken them? Did he give them to you?" "Elle don't know whether he had them or not." "Nothing matters now, except to get home," was the astounding answer. Chloe could hardly believe that she had heard aright. 5 minutes ago, nothing in the world mattered, except the papers and the pearls. Now they had lost all their importance. "You don't want them any more," she gasped. "Want them?" Beverly echoed. "Yes, more than ever, I want them. But it's too late. Don't ask me why. Only, come." Chloe could not argue with Angel, or oppose her, in such a mood as this. She wished that she had taken her own way, and gone herself to have it out with Peterson. She felt that nothing he could have said or done would have forced her to give up without at least knowing whether or not the booty were in his possession. As she kept pace with Beverly, she was screwing up her courage to one last, desperate coup. She would make it in spite of Angel. They came to the elevator, but before Chloe could put out her hand to touch the electric button, Beverly drew her father on to the staircase. They went down swiftly and in silence. The entrance hall of the hotel smelt of tobacco. They descended into it behind the elevator. A group of men surrounded the desk where they had inquired for Peterson, and the two girls in motor coats and veiled toques passed without catching sight of the clerk who had sent them to 658. 3 or 4 men of the commercial traveler type glanced at the grey and brown figures, but the elevator had at that moment released a golden-haired, black-eyed young woman in a pink evening dress. She became at once an object of interest, and the plainly cloaked pair vanished unnoticed. The taxi, which had been ordered to wait, was at a distance. They hurried to it. It was Chloe who opened the door of the cab, and almost pushed Angel in. "Shall I tell him to go to the corner where he picked us up?" she asked. Beverly nodded, and sank back against the shabby leather cushions. This was CIO's moment. She had led up to it, and decided what to do. First she placed the bag of jewels in Beverly's lap. Next she spoke to the chauffeur, giving clear directions. Then she slammed the door shut, and stepped back upon the sidewalk, motioning to the man to start. Angel will be so surprised, she won't know what to do for a minute, the girl thought. By the time she pulls herself together she'll realize it's too late to stop me. As fast as she dared, Chloe retraced her steps to the hotel. She hated to leave Beverly alone, but between two evils it seemed that she had chosen the less. When the taxi stopped, Beverly would get out, and then she would have a few blocks to walk before reaching home. As for the bag, she could hardly forget it in the cab. The thing was too heavy to fall from her lap without being noticed. She would have the jewels safe, while Chloe tried to bargain with Ferret Face on promises of reward. By the time she had argued away her worst tremors, Chloe had again entered the Hotel Westmoreland. She had decided to say that her friend had forgotten something if a question were asked, but the desk was still surrounded with its group of talkative men, and she walked to the stairs at the back of the hall as if she were a guest of the hotel. Thence she toiled to the top. It was only when she approached the door of number 658, and saw once more the brown TNLNK at the end of the hall, that Chloe remembered the odd side issue of her adventure. She hesitated between the need for haste and the wish to solve the missed one why that troubled her. But it would take only a minute to run to the trunk, to sit on it again, and see what happened. Meanwhile, anyone who went in, or came out from, number 658, must do so under her eyes. Curiosity conquered. Chloe tiptoed to the trunk, sat heavily down on the rounded top, as she had done before, and nothing happened. There was no sign of movement within, and Chloe wondered if, after all, the thing that had jumped under the lid had been created by her own jumping nerves. Suddenly the impulse came upon her to tly and open it. She seized the corner of the rounded lid, but it remained immovable. She picked at the metal hasp which covered the cheap lock. It did not yield, but her fingers, or she fancied it, touched moisture. The girl shrank back and looked at her hand. Thumb and forefinger were smeared with blood. The girl felt sick, and might have fainted comfortably. "Pooh," she scolded herself. "You've cut your finger. Serve you right for not minding your own business. Go to it now, and no nonsense, a fire please." Goading herself to courage, she marched to the door of 658 and knocked. No answer came, and the girl's heart sank. It seemed too bad to be TNLE that Peterson should have escaped during the few minutes spent in putting Angel into a taxi. Besides, she had scarcely gone beyond eyeshot of the hotel entrance. Perhaps he's asleep, thought Chloe. She turned the handle, and to her surprise the door yielded. She had expected to find it locked. As before, the room was unlit save by golden reflections from the street below. The girl opened the door wide, and deliberately looked in. Strange, there sat the man in his easy chair in front of the window, with his mean profile outlined against the light, just as he had sat when Beverly had answered the summons to come in. One would say, to look at him, that he had not moved an inch. CIO's theory had gone wrong. She had urged her conviction upon Angel that he was the thief, that, if he were the thief, he would make his getaway in haste. Yet here he sat, in the dark, asleep. She stepped across the threshold, felt along the wall for an electric switch, found it, and flooded the room with light. Still the figure in the chair did not stir. Chloe glanced round the squalid room. Peterson had begun to pack. A suitcase lay open on the narrow bed. The wrinkled grey-white counterpane was half covered with scattered clothing. If he's fast enough asleep, I can go through everything, she thought, including his pockets. The girl walked in, and closed the door resolutely but softly, her eyes always upon the figure in the chair. She mustn't begin to search the place without making sure that Peterson was not playing possum. It would be awful, when her back was turned, to have him pounce upon her like a monkey. She tiptoed across the room, and stopped in front of the easy chair, within a yard of the stretched-out feet, where she could take a good look at the sleeper. His head was bent down over his breast, and the girl had to stoop a little to peer into the face. But a glance sent her reeling back against a chest of drawers. The top of the man's head had been crushed in by some blunt instrument. His forehead and the side of his face turned toward the window were covered with blood. His shirt and coat were soaked with it, in a long red stripe, and a dark pool had formed in a vague hilt shape on the patterned kamet. Chloe had never before seen a dead man, yet she did not doubt that this man was dead. He could have been dead for a short time only. The blood on the livid face glistened wet in the electric light. It had hardly ceased to drip from the wound in his head. For a time Chloe stood still, as if frozen. But slowly the power to think came back. To her own horror and disgust she found herself wondering if Beverly Sands had killed Peterson. It would have been a tremendous blow for a woman to strike, but Beverly was desperate, and she was strong. She had boasted of her strength of arm only the other day, to Sister Lake, who had tested and admired the splendid firmness of her young muscles. Besides, the man had been caught unawares, and had been struck from behind. The position of the wound showed that. On a small table by the chair lay the weapon. It was a long pistol. Chloe did not know of what kind or make, but it looked old-fashioned, and there was no question as to the way in which it had been used. Someone had taken it by the muzzle and struck with the butt end, which was coated with blood and hairs. Perhaps the pistol had not been loaded, or perhaps the avenger was the better word, with that fear knocking at her heart, had not dared fire because of the noise. CIO's mind began to work more quickly. She pieced details together. The person who had killed Peterson could not have picked up the pistol from that table without being seen by him, therefore it had been lying there before the murder. Most likely it had lain on the bed, among the strewn things which Ferret-Face had begun to pack. In that case anyone entering the room might have spied and snatched it, unsuspected by the man in the chair. If my poor, tortured angel didn't do this, I can bear anything, Chloe told herself. VLT wouldn't so much matter for me. I'd have killed him for her sake, I believe. But for her it would be horrible. The girl remembered the blood on her fingers, which she had found after touching the lock of the brown TNRNK, and this remembrance gave her hope. The murderer must have passed that way, whereas Beverly had not been near the trunk. Thank goodness for one good bit of evidence in case it's ever needed, Chloe thought. Who knows but the murderer was hiding in the trunk, and jumped in his fright when I plumped down on it. Well, if he did, he must either be smothered by now, since the TNLNK's been locked since then, or else he's escaped. Oh, Angel, how could I dream for a minute it might have been you? And yet if this wretch was dead then, who called come in? A wild impulse to run away seized the girl. She started toward the door, but stopped halfway. No, she would not fail Angel. The man was dead. He could do her no harm. If Beverly's pearls, or if Beverly's papers, were in this room, no matter where, even if she had to touch that blood-stained coat to search the pockets, she would not go without them. The dark blind ought to be pulled down, because from some high window she might be seen and identified afterward, if trouble came of this night's work. To reach the blind she had to step over the feet which sprawled beyond the chair, and stretching up her arm to touch the broken cord, she was conscious that her dress brushed the dead man's knees. Next she went to the bed, and began turning over Peterson's miserable belongings. She prayed that, by a miracle, she might come across the sealed envelope. As for the pearls, if the murderer were of the Peterson type, to steal them would have been his first thought. But, it would need a stout-hearted criminal to go through the pockets of his victim, and if the motive were other than theft, it might be that the pearls and papers were still on the body. If Chloe failed to find them elsewhere she would have to ransack those pockets. The thought was too horrible to dwell upon. Frantically she tossed over the contents of the suitcase, lifting and shaking every garment scattered on the bed. She peered under the pillows, she pulled out the drawers of washstand and dressing table, but there was nothing to be found there, not even a letter, not a torn morsel of paper which could serve Beverly's cause. CIO's spirit groaned a prayer for strength when at last, sick and shaking, her palms damp, she had to set about the pillage of the dead man's pockets. Some she needed merely to touch with her finger ends, to make sure that they were empty. Others had to be searched to their depths, and the girl felt convinced that she would die if in the horrid business she plunged a hand into some unseen sop of blood. From a waistcoat pocket she pulled out a small leather cigarette case, still warm from the wearer's breast, another proof, if she had let herself think of it, that he had not long been dead. In the leather case, behind a store of tightly packed cigarettes, was a card, the cheapest sort of visiting card, on which, scrawled in pencil, was the name Lorenz Cherney. On the back of this card, in a different handwriting, but also in pencil, a memorandum had been scribbled. A glance showed Chloe that it consisted of names, abbreviated addresses, and the hours of appointments, or perhaps of trains. She did not stop to examine the card thoroughly, but slipped it into her pocket for future reference, and went on with her task. The sealed envelope she sought was too large not to protrude over the top of any pocket of a man's indoor coat, but Chloe reflected that the envelope might have been destroyed, and the contents distributed, or folded into smaller compass. With this idea she spared herself nothing in her quest, but the sole reward she had, save for the cigarette case, was the finding of a paragraph cut from a newspaper, a roll of blood-stained greenbacks, which she hastily replaced, and a torn silk handkerchief. The newspaper cutting told of Roger Sand's magnificent house in Newport, whither he and his beautiful young bride would shortly move. This also Chloe annexed, in order that no connection should seem to exist between Beverly Sands and the man Peterson when the police got to work. The handkerchief she took from the coat pocket into which it had been untidily stuffed, in order to search underneath. But the nervous jerk she gave pulled out something else also, something small, which fell to the floor with a tinkle as of a tiny stone striking wood, when it touched a chair leg, and rolled under the chest of drawers. Chloe had not time to see what the thing was. There was only a flashing glimpse of a pebble-like object as it disappeared. But her heart leaped at the thought of what it might be. Thrusting the ragged handkerchief into a pocket already examined, she had just stooped to peer under the clumsy piece of furniture when a telephone bell began to ring. The girl sprang to her feet, quivering and alert. It seemed that the bell had rung almost in her ear. Someone was calling for Peterson, 21. Somehow Chloe got to the telephone, which was placed on the wall by the door, and her hand trembled on the receiver before she realized that the bell which rang was in the adjoining room. There was no communicating door between, but the wall must be almost as thin as cardboard, for the noise seemed to smite her ear. For an instant Cio's relief was overwhelming, but as the shrill noise struck her nerves blow after blow, they rebelled. Her brain refused to work until, suddenly, blessed silence fell. Once more she had a sense of being saved. The power of recollection came back. She knew that she had been going to look for the thing which had dropped out of Peterson's handkerchief, and rolled out of sight. She went down on her knees for the second time, but only to spring up, and stand quivering like a creature at bay. Again the telephone bell was ringing, and now the sound was in the room. The call was for 658. She answered at once. "Hello," she saluted the unknown. "Hello," came the response, in a man's voice. "This is Chuff calling. Are you Peterson?" "Peterson is in the room," returned Chloe, after an instant's pause, in which her heart missed a beat. "But he can't come to the phone." "Oh, say, is that you, Kit?" the man wanted to know. Chloe was almost incapable of thinking, but she was vaguely aware that the accent was slightly foreign. "Yes," she ventured. "It's Kit. Nice thing you are. I've been trying to get you the last 10 minutes. Thought your room was next door to his. Couldn't you hear your own phone from Pete's?" "I've just come in," said Chloe. "You're late. Anything wrong? Your voice sounds sort of queer." "I've got chewing gum in my mouth," said Chloe. "What do you want to say to Pete?" "I want to know if he's got the papers." Clot's blood NLSHED to her head. This looked like a wonderful chance to tap a secret, if she didn't lose it by giving the wrong answers. Beverly Sands' whole future might depend upon the next few minutes. "Hold the line a second or two," she said. She needed to think. If she replied that Peterson had the papers, embarrassing questions might be asked. If she said that he hadn't, the man at the telephone might end the conversation before she had learned enough to help Angel. "I'll try hedging," she decided, and began again with a tentative hello. For an instant there was no response, and Chloe was sick with fear lest she had been cut off. But luck was with her. The foreign-sounding voice began again. "Well, is Pete there this time?" "No," said the girl. "Pete is packing. He wants me to say it isn't much after 10. He's expecting to get the papers any minute now. He phoned me he'd made 10 the time limit. Didn't he tell Olga that Stephen would sure be done for if she didn't hand over the real docs by 10 o'clock sharp?" "Stephen?" Chloe felt that she was hearing things she had no right to know. The ladies had her hands full all the afternoon and evening, she answered carefully. Suppose you know what's been going on? Don't know a damned thing since Pete phoned some little skin had brought around the wrong papers to the hotel. Tell him to quit his packing and show up at the phone. He's gone out this very instant, said Chloe. A boy has come to the door to say there was someone to see him downstairs. Maybe it's the right one. He won't be long anyhow. But I'm just as glad to have a chance for a word with you while he's out of the way. Seems sort of funny he didn't put you wise about the excitement, you know where. You mean Park Avenue? Yes. I can't talk in the phone the way I would if the wall was thicker. Didn't Pete tell you about the present of pearls the lady got from her husband? What pearls? Can't give you their whole history, but maybe Pete could, if he wanted to. What makes you think so? Have you got onto some frame-up, or are you kidding? Well, somebody relieved the lady of them. That's what's made her busy the rest of the time. Might account for documents being late. Say, what are you giving me? Has Pete made a deal on his own? Pearls instead of papers. Hold the line again for a jiffy, and I'll go through his togs. All right. Look sharp. Chloe let the receiver hang loose, and for the third time went down on her knees before the chest of drawers. Thrusting her arm underneath, she passed her hand over the dirty carpet. Lodged against the wall at the back, and in a corner, was something round and hard, a thing which seemed to be about the size of a small filbert. The girl brought it out between thumb and finger, freed it of dust, and saw an immense pearl. That settles that, she said to herself. Peterson was the thief. But had he stolen the envelope as well as the pearls? Oh, if she could only galvanize the dead to speak. But the next best thing was to speak to the telephone. The truth might come from that direction, bit by bit, piecing the different parts of the story together. Chloe, getting to her feet again, was struck with a sudden luminous idea. Kit, the woman she was personating, the woman apparently set to watch Peterson, had found out about the pearls. Either she had believed him a traitor to the gang or she had wanted the pearls for herself. In either case she had killed him to get them, and one pearl had escaped to tell the tale of its fellows. Yes, Kit had the pearls. But where were they, and where was she? The woman was not in her room, because the telephone bell had been ringing there and she hadn't answered. What if she hadn't been able to get back to her room after the murder? Kit might have locked her door when she came to have a chat with Peterson. It was likely enough there'd be things in her quarters which she wouldn't want a prying chambermaid to see. Perhaps she'd seen Peterson looking at the pearls. Perhaps, when she knocked, he had thnlst the broken rope back into his pocket with the loose pearls. Perhaps Kit had put him off his guard, chatting of other things, while he packed. But no, she had caught him unawares when he sat as he was sitting now. Chloe pictured her offering to help him pack. He had lolled comfortably while Kit worked. Then, she had come behind him and dealt that frightful blow with the butt of his own pistol. A strong, determined woman, Kit. Chloe remembered how she and Beverly had walked slowly from the corridor off lift into Peterson's corridor, looking at the numbers over the doors, and remembered how she had said to Angel, "This must be the right way to turn." Even after that, they had paused a moment for Beverly to gather up her failing courage, and if Kit had then been in the act of opening the TNRNK, she could easily have hidden herself inside before the owners of the voices she heard had turned the comer. It must have given her a beautiful fright when someone sat down on the TNLNK with a thud. No wonder she had jumped, and made the big box shake. Kit's actions later could be plausibly accounted for, too. She must have guessed that one of the women she had heard speaking, had seen, perhaps, if she contrived to peep from the TNLNK when their backs were turned, had been in Peterson's room. How she must have wished that she'd taken time to lock his door on the outside. As it was, she couldn't have been sure that an alarm would not be given downstairs. Her one thought must have been haste, and Chloe doubted that, if she had forgotten her key in Peterson's room, she would have ventured back to get it. No, she would have crept out of the trunk, and looked at her dress in the dim light to see where the blood stains showed. If she wore dark clothing, she might have run the risk. Chloe pictured her locking the trunk, and following, as closely as she dared, the cloaked figures in grey and brown, pictured her pausing in the background to see whether the pair stopped at the desk, or went away with their secret, pictured her relief when they passed on in silence, and the bid for freedom she must have made a minute later. Bet, by the time we were in our taxi, that woman was out of this, and legging it as fast as she could go. She wouldn't have taken a cab, for fear of being traced. Chloe finished her reflections. She stared at the pearl in her hand. Awkward for me if Kit gets to the man at the other end while her double chats to him at the Westmoreland, the girl thought, and flew back to the telephone. "Are you there?" she called. "You bet your sweet life I'm here. Did you find the beans? I've found something I must bring to you." "Where's the safest place?" "What's the matter with here?" "It won't do," she answered. "It's on account of Pete." "Well, then, come to Chum's." "When'll you be there?" This was a blow. Chloe was angling for an address, with street and number. But she would not be downed by one disappointment. "Same reason holds good for Chum's," she said. "Can't you think of some place Pete doesn't know? And think quick, or he'll be back." "Think quick yourself. We'll go round to your own house, you dub. Pete ain't sure where your real pitch is, unless you've blabbed. El may have dropped something that's put him wise," the girl persisted in desperation. "I'll tell you, I'm not talking to hear myself talk when I ask for a new place. Krantz Keller, then, 11:30. "Right for Krantz Keller. But I can't be sure of 11:30. I'll have to keep an eye on Pete till I know what he's up to. Maybe I can phone you there." "What's Krantz's number?" "Can't give it to you without looking it up." "Haven't you got the book there?" "No. Somebody must have nicked it." "Ain't there one in your own room next door?" "Yes. But say, a fool thing's happened. I locked my door when I came into Pete's, and I've dropped my key. Find it, and go look at the book. Jake's got mine. I'll call you up in your room in 5 minutes. Then if Pete's back it won't matter. See?" "Yes. But, have you gone?" There was no answer. Chloe could do nothing save hang up the receiver, and begin to search for a key which, despite her elaborate deductions, might be in Kit's pocket for all she knew. Luck was with her once more, however. On the floor by the mantelpiece lay a key, almost hidden in the deep fur of a mangy, goat hair lug. Chloe might have wasted twice the time in her search, had she not stepped 011 it. "I'll make the best of a bad bargain," she promised herself. "If I must go to Kit's room, I won't throw away a single second." She fastened Peterson's door on the outside, and fitted the key she had found into the lock of the door at the left, in front of which stood the brown TNLNK. The key served, as she had felt certain it would. Hastily she locked herself into the room, and switched on the light. It was a mean little room, a facsimile of Peterson's in most of its features, but a woman's clothing hung from hooks on the door, and on the bed and chairs and dressing table a woman's belongings were flung untidily about, hats, gloves, collars, and a handbag offuit and steel beads. Kit must have hated to leave that bag, thought Chloe. She drew the ribbons, and took a hasty peep at the bag's contents. There was a soiled suede purse, and in that purse, mixed up with a few greenbacks, there were some papers. Chloe dared not stop to examine them. She could only hope that they might give clues which she had failed to obtain from the telephone. There were 4 or 5 frocks hanging on the door, showy blouses and bright-coloured skirts, but Chloe searched in vain for pockets. In the chest of drawers, which was the twin of Peterson's, was a certain amount of underclothing, much trimmed with cheap lace. There were silk petticoats with torn frilling, and shoes and slippers. But nothing was marked with name, or even initials. Kit, though gaudily coquettish in her taste, was apparently careless in her habits. Chloe no longer visioned Kit large, masculine, and determined, a tigress woman. Instead she saw a lithe, cat-like creature, strong, no doubt. It had taken strength to strike that blow, and Chloe would have staked her life that it had been struck by Kit, but not big or massive. The 5 minutes' grace must certainly have passed before Chloe had come to the end of her inspection, but the telephone was silent. This struck the girl as ominous, for it might mean that Kit had appeared in person at the other end of the line. It might mean that some trap was being laid to catch Kit's double. If she turns up, and tells everything, they can't let me get away with what I know, even about Krantz Keller, Chloe told herself. They'll have to send someone to watch, especially if they think I'm a tech, who's found Peterson's body. They won't know what I'm like. All the same, if they don't call me up in just 1 minute more, I must make a bolt. I'll count 60, and see what happens. 22. The voice that did not seem strange. What happened was that the telephone began ringing in the next room, Peterson's room. It began when Chloe had counted up to 40. She had hoped not to go back to the room of the dead man. She had searched it from end to end. But now she knew the thing would have to be done. Already the jet and steel bag hung by its ribbons over her arm. Chloe switched off the electricity, and let herself out into the hall. Before she had finished her count of 60 seconds she was once more locked in Peterson's room. So confidently had she expected to hear the same foreign-sounding accents that she almost dropped the receiver and started away when her was answered by a strange voice. Yet, was it a strange voice? As it went on to ask, "Is this Mr. Peterson?" Chloe had a strong impression that she had heard the voice before. Assuredly it was not the one which had talked to Kit, but it sounded astonishingly familiar. Though she could not yet identify the tones, recognition was only a question of instants. "This is Mr. Peterson's room," she replied. "He is here. He wishes me to speak for him. I had better tell you before we go further, then, that I'm talking for Mr. John Heron. When you have explained that, Mr. Peterson will decide whether he'd rather come to the phone and attend to the business himself." Chloe was glad of the pause. John Heron. That was the man Peterson had mentioned during her second conversation with him. He had said that Roger Sands was working for John Heron when Roger and Beverly met in the train, and she, Chloe, had heard the name with a queer thrill which she could not understand. So far as she knew, it was strange to her, yet she seemed to have heard it in dreams, sad dreams, where someone had sobbed in the dark. Through the strenuous adventures which had kept body and brain busy, the girl had recalled it again and again, since the moment when the name had fallen from Peterson's lips. She had wondered if she would ever have the cheek to ask Angel who was John Heron. Whoever he might be, John Heron was in some way concerned with Beverly's secret, or Peterson would not have spoken his name in that connection. She answered quietly, "Mr. Peterson allows me to go on speaking for him." "Very well," returned the voice. "Mr. Peterson called Mr. Heron up not long ago, to say he could sell him a rope of fine pearls for Mrs. Heron, at a low price. He'd heard, it appears, that Mr. Heron wished to buy pearls, and he suggested an appointment for tonight. Mr. Heron did not receive this message himself, he was indisposed at the time it came, and Mrs. Heron took it, but was unable to answer for her husband. He asks me to say, in his name, that if Mr. Peterson has some particularly fine pearls to dispose of, he'll be pleased to look at them, not tonight, but tomorrow morning about 10 o'clock, at his hotel, the Diets." "The Diets," cried Chloe. "Now I know who's speaking to me. You're Justin O'Reilly." Inadvertently she had kept her lips at the receiver. They had flown to the man who held the line. "And you're my girl burglar. By Jove, I thought I knew that voice. Are you in the pearl business, too? Has Mrs. Sands commissioned you and some fellow called Peterson to sell her pearls to Mrs. Heron? Now I begin to see light. She tried to make a bargain with me over those pearls. I refused in Heron's name and my own. What's her game now, when there's nothing left to bargain for, and you've sent the papers back?" "Sent the papers back?" Chloe gasped into the telephone. This coming into touch with O'Reilly over the wire had been a shock. But she forgot the surprise of it in the new surprise of his last words. "Wasn't it you who sent them?" he went on. She stopped to think before daring a reply. O'Reilly had got the papers back, or he wanted her to think so, for some reason of his own. "Well, if you must know, perhaps I did send them," she prevaricated. "I'm glad to have this chance to thank you for repenting. I felt at the time you weren't the stuff trick confidence ladies and burglaresses are made of." "Didn't exactly repent," confessed Chloe. "I had an object to gain. I'm glad the papers weren't lost on the way." "You're sure no one had tampered with the envelope?" "Apparently not. The messenger handed it to me sealed up and seemingly intact, with the address of my bank on it in my own handwriting. The boy wouldn't say how he knew I was staying at the Diets. He is an ornament to his profession. I want you to know that I don't bear malice." As Chloe listened, she was surprised at the soothing effect of his voice upon her nerves. It was like hearing the voice of a friend. After all, why should they be enemies, since of the two O'Reilly was the injured party, and had just assured her that he didn't bear malice. But he was going on to ask what was the object she had wished to gain. "Do you mean to tell me, or is it one of your many mysteries?" "Elle realized I'd gone to work with you in the wrong way," she ventured. "Now I need someone's help. I need it horribly. It ought to be a man's help. And, except Mr. Sands, you're the only man I know." She heard O'Reilly laughing. He wouldn't laugh if he could see what her eyes saw. "So you want to call a truce?" he asked. "Yes, if I could trust you like that. I wasn't the betrayer. But never mind. Your second thoughts are best. And anyhow, you weren't working for yourself. Do you really want my help?" "Don't I? But it would be for, you know whom I mean. And you're her enemy, aren't you?" "Not the least in the world. But I can't buy her pearls, and I'm sure Heron will refuse to bargain if the pearls aren't for sale anymore. They've been stolen. She thinks you took them for a hold-up." "The devil she does. But you know better. Tell me what you wish me to do for you, and I'll do it." "I wanted to see you again. You were like a bad but interesting dream, broken off in the midst, that I longed to dream over again." "I'll feel as if I had been broken off in the midst," said Chloe. "Maybe broken past mending if somebody doesn't pick up the pieces good and quick. What I want you to do is to meet me outside the Westmoreland. Will you? And if so, how soon?" "Will," came the answer. "I'll be there in 8 minutes, with a taxi. Does that suit you?" "Yes." Have the taxi drawn up in front of the hotel, and as it slows down, I too jump in. Give the chauffeur an order, before he starts, not to stop, you know, but to go on the instant I'm in. A lot may depend on that." "What mischief have you been up to?" asked the laughing voice, which to Chloe, in the room of death, seemed to come from another world. She shuddered as her eyes turned to the figure in the chair. "Goodbye," she said, and hung up the receiver without another word. 8 minutes. It would take her about 3 to get out of the room, down the stairs, and to the front door, if all went well. What was she to do with the other 5? Now that her mission was ended, she could not stay where she was. She had reached, and almost passed, the limit of her endurance. One idle moment in that place would surely drive her mad. Yet she could not stand in the street, waiting for O'Reilly to come to the rescue. Kit and the man who had talked to Kit might be ready to pounce upon her there. 23 What's done can't be undone. Don't be frightened, Mums. It's only me, back earlier than I expected, Ellen Blackburn announced herself at the door of her mother's bedroom. Mrs. Blackburn was propped up in bed, reading Young's Night Thoughts. Of course, I'm not frightened, she reassured her daughter. I'm only surprised. That's what makes my hands tremble. I was in hopes you'd have gone to sleep, said Ellen, and I could slip in without giving you a start. I stopped the taxi at the corner on purpose. I'm delighted to have you back. But why did you bring the pearls home to string? Now you'll be sitting up the whole blessed night. Don't you worry. Ellen soothed her. I'm not going to sit up. I'm going to bed. Shall I leave the door open between the rooms while I undress, or shall I just kiss you goodnight now, and let you rest in peace? The little woman had sat down on the edge of the bed, but as she spoke, she stood up. It struck the older woman that, for some reason, she was in a hurry to get away. There's something you don't want to tell me, isn't there, dear? Her mother quietly observed. Well, you have the most wonderful intuition. Ellen praised her parent. I believe you could see through a wall. It's only that I didn't want to wake you up and make you nervous, so you would have a bad night. Elle shall have a better night if I don't need to rack my brain thinking over what might have happened. Oh, all right, sighed Ellen, and sat down again. You're a grand safety valve, you know, Mums, because I can talk to you, and be sure that whatever I say will be locked up in your strong box. I meant to write all this down in my notebook, with initials instead of names, but the diary can't give advice. You can. Only, you're certain we hadn't best wait till tomorrow, shouldn't close my eyes, said Mrs. Blackburn. But I can say this to begin with, you did the right thing. You always do. This is different from anything that ever came into my experience, Ellen answered. Told you before I started, I thought I was in for an exciting job. It wasn't only that Mr. Sands is a sort of celebrity, and everyone has been talking of Mrs. Sands as a beauty. It was the man himself gave me a kind of thrilled feeling the minute I saw him. Mums, Roger Sands is the sort I could fall in love with, if I was the falling in love type. He's strong and silent. He isn't a bitter woman's man. I don't know how to describe him, exactly. He made me feel as if I longed to do something for him. I was mighty keen to see what Mrs. Sands would be like. I suppose to see what style of woman he'd worship enough to pick up from the gutter. Goodness me, child, broke in Mrs. Blackburn, absorbed. You don't mean that's where she came from? I never heard. No. I oughtn't to have used that expression, Ellen confessed, though they tell all sorts of stories about her origin. I dare say none of 'em are right, and not a soul knows the TNRTH. People have given her a nickname, the girl from nowhere. But you only to see her to realize at once that whatever she was, she must have been brought up like a princess. Handsome. A dream of beauty. She's worthy of her husband that way, but she's not in other ways. That's my excuse. Your excuse, lovey? For what? For what I did. But you won't know why I did it, or forgive me for doing it, unless I tell you the story as I understand it. Go right on, dear, and take your time. I won't interrupt again. So Ellen gave her mother a succinct account of all that had befallen her, until the fateful moment when she discovered that the pearls were not in their case. The case empty. The pearls gone. My goodness me, gasped the old lady. Never had such a scare in my life. Mrs. Sands had told me how she'd been dressing in her bedroom, with the door wide open into the boudoir, because the pearls were there, all ready for me to begin on, if I arrived before she'd got into her gown. She either believed the pearls were in the case, or else she wanted me to believe she believed it. The desperate state she was in, under her pretty manner, made me think maybe she was playing some dreadful trick, and after I'd got over the first shock of surprise I was mad with that woman. She doesn't care if she ruins me, so she can save herself from a scrape was what I thought about her. I made up my mind I wouldn't be cat's paw to pull her chestnuts out of the fire. "What did you do?" breathed Mrs. Blackburn, sitting straight up in bed. "Rang the bell for the butler. He came to the door in an instant. I told him to call Mrs. Sands at once, it was urgent. I thought that would fetch her, but it didn't. It was the man who came back. He seemed a bit embarrassed. Mrs. Sands was then busy at the moment, it would be a little while before she was at liberty. It came into my head that she was leaving me alone as long as possible in the room where her wonderful pearls were supposed to be, so she could accuse me of making away with them when the TNLTH had to come out, that the pearls were gone. I saw just one thing to do. I told the butler to call Mr. Sands, quick. "NLR Sands is just going," he said. "El was ready to help him on with his coat when you rang." "Well, beg him to step in here one instant," said I. The man went out, and I couldn't have counted 10 before Mr. Sands appeared. I pointed to the empty case that was open on the table, and explained in about a dozen words, I wanted to finish before Madam arrived, that Mrs. Sands had told me to look in the case for the pearls, that she went out in a hurry, and when I looked, the pearls weren't there. "El sent and asked her to come," I went on, "but she was busy." Well, Mother, the face of that man just broke my heart. It was more as if some awful thing he'd half expected had come TNLE. I might have stuck a knife in his heart. "Does my wife know you asked for me when she couldn't come?" was the first thing he said after he'd stood quite still for a second or two. I told him no, I'd taken the responsibility on myself, and I hoped I hadn't done wrong. "Not wrong," said he. "You meant well, I'm sure. Still, I wish the news had come to me from my wife and no one else." Then he walked over to the window, and stood looking out. If I'd known he was there, I shouldn't have seen him. The curtains were drawn, not all across, but partly, and it was a sort of bay window, so there was room for him to stand behind the curtains, in the shadow they made. He hadn't been there 2 seconds, I give you my word, when the door flew open, and Mrs. Sands bounced in. "You sent for me?" she asked, and threw a look round the room, as if searching for someone. I felt I should die if her husband came out, but he didn't. I managed to stammer that the pearls weren't in their case, and so on, and it seemed as if my words turned her to a block of marble. She just stared at me. "Maybe you think I stole the pearls," I said right out. She assured me quite nicely that she believed nothing so foolish, and that even if I'd wanted to steal the things, I couldn't have smuggled them away from the house. Of course, I could, though, if there had been time. My heart melted to her, I must confess. But I was thinking more of her husband. It was up to me to get him out of the fix. I suggested to Mrs. Sands calling in Chloe, to see what she could make of the business. The instant she was gone, out from the bay window stalked her husband. By that time I was at the door. I'd opened it for Mrs. Sands. I hardly dared glance at him, it seemed so prying. All I know, for sure, now, is that he stopped for an instant at the table. He had to pass it, on the way from his hiding place to the door. I supposed then, when he paused there, that he would be gazing at the empty velvet case. But he may have been doing something different, I'll tell you why and what, in a minute. El stood without moving, and, as he came near the door he stopped again. "Miss Blackburn," he said, "you've been mixed up against your will, and not by any fault of your own, in an unfortunate business. It's a family affair, and I feel certain you'll keep your own counsel. Don't think I'm trying to bribe you. I'm not. But I should like you to accept this. My arms were hanging straight down at my sides, but he managed to stick something into one of my hands. What do you think it was? $50, her mother guessed. 50 fiddlesticks. It was 500. My heavens! Enough to pay off the mortgage? But you couldn't possibly accept it, said no. I swore that I'd done nothing to earn a cent, that wild horses wouldn't drag from me anything I'd seen, or heard, or even imagined, in his house. But Mr. Sands insisted. It will give me pleasure for you to have the money. It's little enough, he said. Then he walked right out. He must have gone back to his own room instead of leaving the flat just then, for I saw him again later. I'll tell you about that. But do you think it was wrong to keep the money? In the circumstances, no, Mrs. Blackburn decided. It would have hurt his feelings to give it back. Oh, my dear, $500. It's like a fairy gift, just when we are needing it so much. Well, I'd got the bills tucked away when Mrs. Sands came in. She made for the table, the way a pointer goes for a shot bird. She hadn't a glance for the velvet case. She was searching for something else. Oh, Mother, it scared me to see her. She threw everything about. She was out of her head. A tall vase of flowers tipped over, and splashed water on the books, and even on the velvet case. I don't think she knew it had happened. Books fell on the floor. She didn't see or care. Then she sank all of a heap into a big chair close by. The envelope, she gasped, as if she were choked by a hand on her throat. It was there. Where is it now? Elle told her I hadn't seen any envelope, which was perfectly true. She described it, quite a big, long envelope, made of linen, and sealed up with several red seals. I swore over again I hadn't seen an envelope of any description. At last she had to believe me. But the worst was to come. Did you leave the room, for so much as a second, after I left you? She asked, with her eyes on my face. I told her I hadn't stirred outside the door, but what I was scared of came next. Did anyone come in? Oh, lovey, I hope you didn't have to tell a falsehood. That depends on what you call a falsehood, said Miss Blackburn. I'll hate fibs as much as you do. But it was an awful fix. It was, Mums agreed. You see, Ellen went on, to make her position clear, Six had asked Mr. Sands not to let his wife know I'd called him in. Later, he pressed that money on me, and I accepted it. I felt as if it had bought me, body and soul. When he stood by the table, he must have seen that envelope, and taken it. Well, now, I ask you, could I give him away? Don't see how you could, wailed the old lady. Neither did I. Did anyone come in? I echoed, when Mrs. Sands put the question. Wouldn't I have mentioned it to you the first thing, if anyone had? Was that a falsehood, or wasn't it? It was a prevarication, answered Mrs. Blackburn, and I think I should have done the same thing. Thank goodness, sighed Ellen. That's what I wanted to know. You don't blame me, then? I'll feel you acted for the best. And it's done now? Yes, it's done, and can't be undone, the pearl stringer echoed. 24. Roger's appointment at the club. Roger Sands dined alone at his club that night. Many men hailed him as he came in, very late, and in 60 seconds he received 6 invitations to dine. He refused them all, however. It was with the hope of meeting a certain man that Roger had gone to the club. He had excused himself to Beverly on the plea of an appointment, because he had wanted to be alone, and had no intention of dining anywhere. It was upon an impulse that he had taken the sealed envelope addressed to Justin O'Reilly. Afterward, he felt that his whole course of conduct, from the moment he had entered the room till the moment he had left the flat, was radically wrong. He ought, perhaps, to have shown himself to Beverly when she came in, despite Miss Blackburn's appeal. If he had done this, he would have learned the TNLTH about that envelope. Seeing her husband at such a moment, Beverly must have betrayed herself, Roger thought, if there were anything to betray in connection with the envelope. Had its concealment been important, she would mechanically have sprung to hide it. Had it been left inadvertently by O'Reilly, for no concern of hers, Beverly's ignorance of his presence, or her indifference, would have cleared her in Roger's eyes. He could not contemplate confessing to Beverly that he had hidden himself and then taken the envelope. She would probably say, "I never dreamed that you'd be mean enough to spy upon me. Why didn't you show yourself, like a brave man, instead of hiding?" No, he would not tell Beverly that he had been a witness of the scene between her and the pearl stringer, nor that he was responsible for the vanishing of O'Reilly's envelope. Let her think what she liked about its loss, just as he, Roger, was free to think what he liked about the loss of the pearls. He would wait for Beverly to tell him that the pearls were gone. Her carelessness, to say the best of it, her ingratitude and disloyalty, to say the worst, gave him the right to keep his knowledge to himself. He would wait and see what Beverly meant to do. Then he decided to send back the sealed letter to O'Reilly. 10 minutes after leaving home he had given the envelope to a messenger, with directions to take it at once to the Diets. It was when he had thus disciplined himself, that Roger tumbled toward the club. A man who was an old acquaintance of Roger's, and a friend of O'Reilly's, often dropped in there on a Sunday evening. Possibly he would come that night. Roger had thought of a question to ask. He saw that there might be a way to getting even with O'Reilly, a way just as efficacious, and more open, than the one he had sacrificed. While he pretended to dine and read an evening edition, a hateful little voice in Roger's brain chirped suggestions to him. What if Beverly had somehow been in O'Reilly's power? What if she had written him love letters which afterward she wished to get back, and he refused to surrender? What if she had contrived to steal them, and O'Reilly had followed, for reprisals? What if, since then, the man had been torturing her, and Claude O'Reilly, a poor relation of Justin O'Reilly's, perhaps, had been acting as a go-between? What if the girl had pretended illness as an excuse to bring O'Reilly into the flat, and the man had frightened Beverly into giving him the pearls? He was sipping his demi-tasse, and had ceased to expect the man he wanted, when that man walked into the room. Before he could sit down at a neighboring table, Roger hailed him, a small, dark man of Jewish type, a man of 45, perhaps, with the brilliant eyes of a scientist and the arched brows of a dreamer. "Hello, Dr. Lewis. I've been hoping you'd blow in," Sands said cordially. "Won't you dine with me?" "But you've finished." "I'd be keeping you. Want to talk with you, my dear chap," Roger assured him. The doctor sat down at Sands' table. "I'd have got here a long while ago," Dr. Lewis went on to explain, "but just as I was leaving the Diets, where I have a patient, I was asked to stop and see, whom do you think? Your friend, O'Reilly, perhaps. Someone mentioned to me that he was there." "No," said Lewis, "not O'Reilly, but as it happens, a friend of O'Reilly's, in the same hotel, who suddenly collapsed." "Can guess," then replied Sands. "No, the Herons are at the Diets." "Your patient was one of those two, Mrs. Heron, I should say." "I don't somehow see Heron collapsing." "My patient was Heron, not his wife." "The attack was nothing serious, but was scared." "You and Heron are as fast friends as ever, of Mrs. H. Course, admire John Heron in many ways," Roger answered, indirectly. "And he ought to admire you, as certainly he does. A good many people thought you risked your life, throwing yourself into that business in California, the way you did, Sands. But you came out on top, and brought Heron out on top. Your reward was great." Roger smiled. He was thinking of the journey back, after his triumph, and of Beverly. She had been his reward. Once it had seemed great. "Have you seen Heron since he got to New York?" said the doctor. "Not yet," said Sands. "Well, he's hardly more than just arrived. Heron's a wiry chap. It needs a good deal to knock him over. If it had happened last summer, or fall, when the big row was on, there'd have been plenty of excuse, as Mrs. Heron remarked. It appears the two had been quietly sitting together down below, in the big hall, watching the crowd, and waiting for Justin O'Reilly to go in with them to dinner. Mrs. H. sent Heron back to their bedrooms to find something she'd forgotten. She got scared at last when time passed and neither Heron nor O'Reilly came down. She went to see for herself what was up, and found her husband in a fainting fit. She phoned just as I was leaving my other patient, and by the time I arrived on the scene O'Reilly had floated in from the next door suite. He'd been out while the Herons thought he was dressing to dine with them. All's well that ends well. Heron will be as brisk as ever in a day or two. I'm glad to hear that, Roger said, gravely. As you say, Heron's not a man to be knocked over easily. Last year, when I was in California, he came within an ace of being shot one night, and never turned a hair. His wife was asking him, when he came to, a lot of questions. Heron wouldn't want to worry her, naturally. Didn't she have some great shock last summer, or fall, while you were out west? A brother who was killed, or killed himself? A brother who died suddenly. There was no proof of violence. The young man's death occurred the day I left, and not in California, but in New Mexico, near the town of Albuquerque, at a house belonging to Mrs. Heron. The Herons haven't been married many years, Roger went on. Not more than 8 or 10. Mrs. Heron can't be much over 30. I never saw the brother. He was something of an invalid, and lived always at the Albuquerque place. His handsome sister stayed with him sometimes. He was a few years younger than she. Sands had the air of giving these details somewhat nudgingly, as a concession to the very evident curiosity of Lewis, but having satisfied it as far as necessary, he turned the conversation to his own affairs, the affairs, in fact, which had suggested to him this meeting with the doctor. Whenever I have leisure just now I cut down to Newport to see how the decorators get on with an alleged cottage I've bought there for my wife, he said. It's been quite an amusement to me for the past few weeks. I'm tired of living in an apartment, though ours isn't bad, as flats go. I want a house, and I want an old one, or my wife does, with a little romance of history attached to it. I'd like to get hold of one, as a surprise for her. I know there aren't many in the market. I suppose there's nothing good down in your neighborhood? Well, as you know, Gramercy Park and all round there has been pretty thoroughly modernized, said Lewis, who lived in a big new house of apartments, not far from Gramercy Park. The only fine, old-fashioned mansion I can think of that would just suit you is Miss Teresa O'Reilly's, a patient of mine, when she's anyone's patient. Do you know anything about the ancient dame? Roger knew so much that he had waited for Lewis entirely for the reason that Miss Teresa O'Reilly was a patient of his. Isn't she related to your friend, Justin O'Reilly? He inquired. She's a distant cousin. As for the house, Justin feels that it ought to be his. I have this from her, not from him. The old lady told me the other day that she heard Justin had been hoarding up his money to buy the house, and was coming to New York on purpose to talk matters over, but she would refuse to see him, a cranky old bird. Sands sympathized. You're right. Last year she mentioned to several people, me among others, that she thought of offering the place for sale if she could get a good price, because the New York climate gave her rheumatism, and she'd like to try the French Riviera. But the minute she'd spoken to me, a friend of Justin's, she could have cut out her tongue. You see, Justin's great-great-grandfather built the house, an Irishman who came over before the Revolution, and fought with the Americans against the English. It remained in the family till a few years before Justin's birth, when his father was obliged to sell through poverty, and move out west. This old lady, Teresa O'Reilly, was the purchaser. She was, of course, a youngish woman then, though no chicken. The story is that she loved Justin's father, and tried to catch him with her money. She was a rich heiress. He was on the point of engaging himself when he fell desperately in love with a poor girl Teresa employed as social secretary, or something of the sort. Out of revenge, Teresa went to work in secret ways to learn Justin Sr., who was a gay, careless fellow, without too much money to lose, or too much patience to make more. She's said to have put men up to lead him into bad investments. Anyhow, she got the house, and California got the man and his family. I imagine there was a hard STNLGGLE out there at first. Young Justin has had to carve his own fortune. His father and mother, and an older brother, died when he was a boy. All this long story came out of your wanting an old house. It can't have interested you much, I'm afraid. Certainly, there's enough romance attached to that house, said Roger, with a shon laugh. But Miss O'Reilly has changed her mind, and won't sell. So she assures me, answered Lewis. You see, she couldn't be sure Justin wasn't standing behind a dummy buyer. Now she knows he's definitely after the place, and able to purchase for a decent price. I take it that in the circumstances she won't sell to anyone. Perhaps she never meant to when the test came. So poor O'Reilly wants the home of his ancestors. He does. I've known of that dream for years. He told me once he'd grown up with it. Roger made his comment upon this, but he determined to write to Miss O'Reilly the moment Lewis had gone. 25. Kranz's killer. Chloe had been able to think very clearly, while there had been something definite to think about, but her brain refused this problem of an extra 5 minutes, which might mean success or failure. She couldn't stop where she was, she couldn't hang about in the street, lest the real Kit had given the false Kit away to the gang, yet to dawdle in the corridor, or on the stairs of the Westmoreland Hotel, was unthinkable. When the murder of Peterson was discovered, someone might remember that slim girl in brown. The police were diabolically clever, now and then. Who could say if they might not trace that girl in brown, and, finding her, eventually reach Beverly Sands? 1 minute must have gone, just while I've been thinking of it, Chloe told herself. And Peterson hasn't come alive. Now, if I can only think hard enough, and forget him and the silence, for 2 or 3 minutes, I can start. But the silence broke. Once more her nerves thrilled to the telephone bell. She was standing by the door, her back resolutely turned to the figure in the chair, when the sound began. The girl snatched the receiver and called hello, but no one answered. She must get out quickly, at the risk of having to wait in the street before O'Reilly could arrive. Unless they live close by, they won't have had time to reach me yet, even if Kit's given the show away, Chloe thought. But of course, Chuff might have phoned from a house round the corner. Peterson might have chosen the Westmoreland Hotel in order to be near his friends. Chloe locked the door, took out the key, and dropped it behind the trunk at the end of the hall. That would not be unfair to the owner of the TNRNK, she thought, for in any case, the blood stains would direct suspicion to Peterson's vanished neighbor. The key would be only a detail. As she descended the stairways leading from the 6th story to the ground floor, she met 2 or 3 men, but they had the air of tired commercial travelers going up to bed. Apparently the veiled girl in brown had no special interest for them. Next came the ordeal of the entrance hall, and passing the desk, but there a new group of men had collected. Chloe peered through her brown veil, but encountered no curious glances. Yet the worst was to come. The 8 minutes could hardly have run out, besides, O'Reilly might be late. If Kit were TNLE to her pals, and if she had seen from her hiding place in the TNMK, who went into Peterson's room, the coming moment might hold the greatest peril of all. The girl hesitated at the door, then sprang into the street as she might have sprung into a wave. Plenty of people were passing as she walked slowly away. She had not taken many steps, However, when a taxi separated itself from others in the double line of moving vehicles, and slackened speed near the curb. The window was open, and Justin O'Reilly was looking out. Chloe gave a welcoming cry, and waved Kit's bead bag. He caught her eye, spoke to the chauffeur, and the taxi slowed down, short of the hotel entrance. The girl ran back. O'Reilly held the door ajar, and, putting out his hand, pulled her in while the car was in motion. He had not forgotten her orders, and had instructed the driver. On bounded the taxi, as the door slammed shut, and the sudden jerk, before Chloe was seated, flung her into O'Reilly's arms. He held her for a second or two, and then carefully set her by his side. "By Jove, I'm glad to have you safe," he said in a warm, kind voice, which for some reason made Chloe want to cry. "I've 100 things to say and ask, you child or imp, but first of all, where do you want to go? Home, or to Kranzkeller?" Chloe finished the sentence. "Do you know where it is?" "Yes," said O'Reilly. "No, though I've never been." "But, I've got to go there," said Chloe. "If you don't like, you needn't." "I do like," he laughed. "What do you know about Kranzkeller?" "I'll tell you that, and other things, when we arrive," said Chloe. "Please, what time is it?" "No thanks to you that I have a watch, and can answer that question," he thmst at her slyly. The street lights tummed to ivory the small face from which Chloe had pushed back the veil. It was a child's face, though not impish or defiant now, but the great dark eyes, it seemed to the man, were a woman's eyes. He was conscious that never in his life had he been so intensely interested in a female thing. She had tricked him, she had deceived, and she had robbed him. Yet his dominant feeling was joyous triumph at having found her when he had thought her lost. He was happy because she had summoned him, excited because they were going side by side toward some unknown adventure. He looked at his watch, which had been retrieved from the wall safe, and said that the time was 12 minutes to 11. Kranzkeller was in 14th Street, and they could reach there at the hour, for already the cab was moving in the right direction. "Are you in a hurry?" he asked, "or shall we go a roundabout way and talk things over?" "The Keller won't be at its best till nearly midnight." "I've a sort of appointment at 11:30, Chloe said. "But I'd like to be on the spot before that, for a look round to get my bearings. I dare say I can tell you the whole story in 12 minutes. I've learned the lesson tonight that almost anything can happen, and you can live years in the time that it takes to button a pair of shoes. Certainly you can accomplish more in a few brief minutes than any other person I ever met. My own experience with you proves that." O'Reilly laughed. But the girl's face was drawn. He remembered hearing that she had been dangerously ill. He wished her to realize that he was ready to give sympathy as well as help. "Don't want to talk of myself, but of you. Tell me what you care to tell. You may TN1 Street me." "You're sure?" insisted Chloe. "I'm putting my life in your hands." "I've just my word to give," O'Reilly answered. "Look me in the face and decide if it's worth taking." Chloe looked him in the face, and said, "Yes. I'll tell you everything. Please don't ask questions, or speak till I finish." Since the moment when he had been surprised by her voice at the telephone, and she had claimed his help, O'Reilly had thought of fantastic things, but they were commonplace compared to the stow she flung at his head. To make him understand, in 10 minutes, why she had to be at Kranzkeller meant that she must spring all her facts upon him. Already, without knowing how she had escaped at the Diets, O'Reilly had formed the opinion that she was a girl, not in 1,000 but in many thousands. Now, listening in silence, he heard her tell what she had found, and what she had done, in Peterson's room. She spoke in simple words. Yet O'Reilly saw the scene as if his eye were at a keyhole, saw the girl realize that she was in the presence of a man not only dead, but murdered, saw the battle between horror and courage as she searched the room and the pockets of the corpse whose blood-stained clothing was still warm. He heard the bell of the telephone. He followed Chloe into the room next door, and marvelled at the way in which she drew information from Chuff. When the taxi slowed down in 14th Street, she had but reached the point where she made a dash for the street. O'Reilly's brain had been busy. He was ready to give the advice expected. Chloe was talking still, while he paid the chauffeur and sent him away. As they entered the restaurant below which lay Elle Rance's Keller, breathlessly she brought her story to an end. "There. You know all I know." While they went downstairs side by side, step by step, O'Reilly gazed at the girl's profile. "I'm going to fall in love with this strange child," he thought. "I'm in love with her already." They penetrated the blue curtain of tobacco smoke which veiled the cellar restaurant. People of all sorts were sitting at small, uncovered wooden tables, which were painted green. There were long-haired foreigners, there were rich American Jews. There were girls who looked like showgirls or chorus girls at least, companioned by fashionably dressed and silly-faced boys. And all the company drank wine from oddly shaped bottles, or beer out of stone or pewter krugs. At the end of the long, narrow room stood two huge casks, one on either side of a small stage where three men in the costumes of Tyrol's peasants played a zither, a cello, and a violin, for a gaily dressed boy and girl to dance. There were a number of tables still unoccupied, and of these a few were free. O'Reilly chose one close to the entrance. Seated there, he and Chloe could see everybody who came in or went out. If they themselves wished to leave in a hurry, it would be a convenient place. Chloe could not even pretend to eat. She asked for strong coffee, and not to be conspicuous O'Reilly ordered for himself beer, and food with an odd, Russian-sounding name. Having thus bought their right to the table, he leaned across to the pale girl. "The time's come when I can tell you what I think," he said. "First, what I think of you. You're the bravest person I ever met, and the most loyal. If the woman for whose sake you've done this is worthy of her friend, why, I'll be on her side from this night on." "Thank you," said Chloe, meekly. She was tired, but vitality flowed through her newly at O'Reilly's words and look. "I don't deserve such a compliment, but she deserves everything. If Flavie behaved badly to you, it was for her." "No," said O'Reilly. "But you weren't precisely bad. You were, on the whole, rather wonderful. How did you get out of my room with the only door locked on the inside?" "Oh," the girl cried, surprised, "I thought you'd guess. I went along the stone ledge under the window of our bedroom till I came to an open window of a room in the next suite." Elle thought of that, when it was too late, but it seemed incredible. "It wasn't as hard to do as I was afraid it would be," said Chloe. "The other window was open, the curtain was blowing out. I caught hold of it, and got along somehow, through not looking down. Then in the room where I went in, there was a man. He was at the door, and I scared him popping in that way at the window, so he let me run past. That's all." Firmly the girl closed the subject. "Let's talk about the pearls," she said. "Peterson was a wicked man. I can't pretend to be sorry he's been killed. He was acting for others higher up. I want to find Kit, not because I think she murdered him, but because I'm sure she's got the pearls." "Who called out 'come in' a man's voice, when Peterson was dead? We haven't got time to discuss the whole business before 11:30. Here comes my coffee. It's going to give me new life. You must need it. Try to nibble a few crumbs of this rusk," O'Reilly advised. "I've been thinking hard since you told me how Chuff phoned to Pete and took you for Kit. As for the voice that called 'come in,' the wall being thin, a man in the room close by might think the knock was at his door. You're almost surely right about Kit being in the hotel to watch Peterson. No doubt he was acting for men who have the power to trouble Mrs. Sands. Don't look at me like a wild cat. I shan't tell what you don't want to hear, but there certainly are such men. Most likely Peterson followed us into the Sands apartment without being noticed in the wild confusion of your fainting. He was there to get hold of the thing he was blackmailing her for, the thing you went back to my hotel to steal, and then repented stealing. Naturally Peterson didn't find it, as it was still in my safe at the Diets, but he might have seen the pearls. The fellow must have been hiding close to Mrs. Sands and me, when we talked, or he wouldn't have known that John Heron had wanted to buy those pearls. He phoned, later, from the Westmoreland to Heron, as you must have guessed from what I phoned back. As for Kit, she was in her room next door when he called Heron up, and heard about his having pearls to sell, or else she went in to help him pack, and saw them. But it strikes me that a young woman of her class wouldn't bash a man on the head, and risk the chair, for the righteous joy of turning a fortune over to her pals. No, if she killed Peterson, she killed him because she wanted the pearls for herself or a sweetheart there's Churn, said Chloe. He and Kit may be a case. She may have gone straight to him with the pearls. Churn's possibly a nickname for that Lorenz Churney, whose name you found written on a visiting card, O'Reilly said. What with that card, and the memorandum, and Kit's bag, we ought to get on to the track of the gang. I'm on Mrs. Sands' side now. But I know a private detective who's worked for clients of mine. He's close as an oyster, and true as a compass. Chuff may keep his appointment, or he may not. If Raoul Kitts turned up and told the TNLTH, perhaps he won't dare, for fear of a trap. Still, he may, if he's got pluck, and a good disguise, or if the police have nothing on him. The gang won't want the false Kit to get away with what she knows if the real one's TME to them. And they'll be eager to see whom they are up against. That's why I should like to have Denham, the detective, on the spot. Would that be the best way to get the pearls? Asked Chloe. Can you suggest a better one? Not on the spur of the moment. It's on the spur of the moment we must decide. Well, phone Denham. Will, said O'Reilly. I'll think I ought to get him now unless he's on some job. I'll be back in a few minutes. There's no danger of serious trouble for you here. I'm used to taking care of myself, said Chloe. The hot, strong coffee had brought a faint colour to her face, and she looked up with one of those cheeky grins of hers, such as his cousin had given him at the Diets. O'Reilly went away bewitched with the creature, absorbed in her. She had done so much for the love of a woman. What would she do for love of a man? He had to go upstairs to the telephone, it seemed, at Krantz. Then the line was busy. He obliged to wait. Meanwhile a tall girl, in a bright pink cloak over a pink dress, hurried through the gloomy restaurant. She paused only to glance at a clock on the wall, and then ran downstairs to the cellar. 26. The girl in pink. Chloe sat watching the crowd. She had removed her veil, and the long, brown cloak lent by Beverly. The latter she had folded, and was sitting upon it. It was then, when most of the tables were taken, and when a young tenor with a good voice had replaced the Italian peasants, that the girl in pink walked in. Chloe sat with her face to the entrance, and happened to be looking that way. At sight of the girl, who came in alone, it was all she could do to sit still. She felt the blood stream to her face, and taking up the empty coffee cup, pretended to drink. Gracious, why did I never think of her, she wondered. For this was the girl who had got out of the elevator at the Westmoreland, and had been stared at by the men, when Chloe and Beverly descended the stairs from Peterson's room. Would there have been time after they had turned their backs for Kit to get out of the brown TNLNK, if she'd been in it, fasten the lid, and descend to the lift while the two women went down the 6 flights of stairs? Yes, there would have been time. Chloe was thankful that she had disposed of her veil, and was sitting on the cloak. Here at Rance she was only a girl in a white dress, with a brown toque which at the Westmoreland had been hidden with a veil. There were 2 or 3 tables still disengaged, but the one with the best view of the stage was the one nearest Chloe. The girl in pink tripped to it, without hesitation, stood for a minute staring at the singer, and sat down. Chloe watched her. She could not be certain, but she thought the girl had caught the eye of the singer and had made him a sign. Not only had he a good voice, but he was good to look at, dark and rather dashing, almost like a second-hand gentleman, as Chloe said to herself. His song pleased the audience, who clapped violently, demanding another. But the young man smiled, threw out his hands, shmgged, touched his throat, and bowed himself off the stage. By this time the girl in pink had ordered a bottle of wine which, to judge by the loving care of the waiter, must have been rare and expensive. The singer sat down with his back to Chloe, his companion at his side. Thus they were able to draw close, and talk without much fear of being overleered. "Good Lord, chum, I thought I'd missed you," were the first words Chloe caught. As the girl spoke she flung a quick glance toward her little neighbor at the next table, but Chloe had never looked so childlike. "I went to the Rish, and you'd gone," Kit continued. "Ito the Western, too late. Gosh. How I hiked for this place. I don't know what I'd done if I'd lost you." "Vouts de row?" Chum asked cheerfully, speaking with a slight and rather agreeable foreign accent. He poured himself a tumblerful of the deep-colored red wine, and drank as if it were water. "Say, Churn, a big thing's happened. I can't tell you here. You want I take you to the hotel?" "No. I'm never going back there. And I can't go to my own digs either. I'll explain by and by. Could you take me home with you?" "No, Jake'll be coming in." "Well, let's go to Chuff's. We must be somewhere. I've got a thing to show you, Churn. If there's 2 rooms free in the house we'll take 'em, or, no, better take one. You'll see why we must be together when you know. Say, here's money to pay the wine, looks better for you than me. Then we'll be off." Chloe gazed at the door. No O'Reilly yet. But if this pair went she would have to go, too. She mustn't lose them. Churn beckoned a waiter with a $10 bill THNLST into his hand by Kit. The waiter came, but he had to get change. In CIO's lap, hidden under her napkin, was the bag she had found in Kit's room. Stealthily she opened it and took out a stub of pencil she had noticed among the contents. On the table lay a program of the evening's entertainment. Neither she nor O'Reilly had glanced at it, but now the girl eagerly examined the list. Among the names was that of Lorenz Cherney, tenor, and Chloe underlined it with the pencil. Beneath, on the margin, she scrawled, "Kit's come and has been talking to him. They are going away. I must follow. I leave you all materials for the search, except the pearl. I keep that. Don't worry about me. I'll take care of myself." Chloe had plenty of money, supplied by Beverly, so a $5 bill was laid conspicuously on the CNLMBS of N1SK. Kit and Churn were on their feet. The waiter had given change, and Churn was counting it out. Both stood with their backs to Chloe. Chloe slipped the program into the bead bag and the bead bag into a pocket of Beverly's brown silk coat, on which she had been sitting. She then whisked the folded garment from her own chair onto O'Reilly's, and covered it with his napkin. "I hope to goodness I'll meet him on the way up," she thought, "or before I get out of the restaurant above. I daren't take the cloak where she might see it. Besides, he must have the bag and memorandum." Churn gave the waiter a 50-cent piece, and followed Kit, who had started. Neither looked back, and Chloe beckoned the waiter. "TV an engagement," she said, "and can't wait longer for the gentleman I came with. He's upstairs telephoning. You tell him I've paid. Never mind the change. I'm leaving my coat for the gentleman to bring home. Can I ask you to be sure and give it to him?" "You can, miss," said the man. "I'll take charge of it myself." He looked trustworthy as well as grateful. Kit and Churn were winding their way among the tables. Chloe pushed after them. O'Reilly was not on the stairs, nor was he visible in the dull restaurant above. He had the all-important envelope. It was TNLE, and she could not guess who had returned it in a way to make him suppose it came from her. O'Reilly was, however, an honourable man, and he had promised to be on Mrs. Sands' side. In the circumstances she saw only one course, and regretfully, even fearfully, took it. When Kit and Churn walked out into the street she walked after them, a few paces behind. Chloe had been gone precisely 4 minutes when O'Reilly tore downstairs burning to apologise and explain. Mrs. Denham had said that her husband was out, but she knew where he was, and would phone, if he, O'Reilly, would hold the line she'd have an answer no time. Presently he had been rewarded by getting Denham, who, on hearing that he was urgently wanted, promised to cut short some work he was doing late at the office, and taxi to Krantz. This was good news, and O'Reilly was sure Chloe would think it had been one waiting for. He could not believe his eyes when he saw the dressing table. What could have happened to the girl? He stood forlornly for a moment, staring round the room. As his eyes searched vainly, the waiter who had served him came hurrying up. "The young lady's gone, Sarah. She had to go, very sorry. She left me this to give you when you come back. She paid a bill, Sarah, but I keep the table for you. You not finish your supper." O'Reilly had a stab of violent resentment against Chloe. But the thought had only to pass through his brain to be rejected. The girl was a strange girl, audacious and unscrupulous in her loyalty to Mrs. Sands, but she could not have told her story in a way to impress its truth upon him unless she had been sincere. "The young lady didn't give you any other message?" he asked. "No, Sarah. She was in much hurry. But I see her mark on a piece of paper," the waiter replied. "Maybe she write you a note." O'Reilly reflected. Which should he do, look for a message in the pocket of the coat Chloe had left, or dash upstairs and find out which way she had gone? It was almost certain that he would now gain nothing by the latter course. O'Reilly sat down at the table, in the chair where he had sat before. He found the one pocket in the brown coat, and in that pocket Kit's jet and steel bag. There was nothing else there, so he opened the bag cautiously in case some of Kit's friends hadn't arrived. As he did so, the folded program dropped out. 27. When Beverly came home. When Chloe had shut the taxi door almost in Beverly's face, and had given the chauffeur orders to drive on, she had said to herself, "Angel will be so surprised she won't know what to do for a minute. And by the time she pulls herself together, she'll realize it's too late to stop me." The girl had judged well. Beverly shrank back from the slammed door with a jump of the nerves. Then she guessed what Chloe meant to do. She was in the act of tapping to stop the chauffeur, and tell him to turn, when the question seemed to ask itself aloud in her brain, "What good will it do for you to go back?" Before she could reach Chloe, if she returned to the hotel now, the girl would have learned the secret of Peterson's room. When she saw what Beverly had seen, she would know that there was nothing to be done with a dead man. She would slip away to avoid being mixed up in the business of the murder. She would not risk being caught. The girl was too sensible, and she had plenty of money as well as brains. She had shown herself equal to desperate emergencies. She would be equal to this. She was so quick-witted that she would know what to do, and how to do it. Beverly let the chauffeur drive on. He went to the corner where he had been hailed by his 2 passengers. There he stopped, and Beverly got out. She paid him, and making a pretense of examining her change in the light of a street lamp, stood still until the taxi had turned and shot out of sight. Then, with the bag of jewels which Chloe had tossed into her lap, she walked home. Her latchkey opened the door of the flat, she entered her boudoir, and fell into a chair, sitting as still as the dead Peterson had sat. It was not much past 10 o'clock. 5 minutes later she took off hat and cloak, and peeped into her bedroom to see if her maid were there. But the room was empty, and she put away the grey mantle and toque where she had found them. She did not forget to toss carelessly upon her bed the hat she had worn in the afternoon, and a pair of white gloves. Then she rang for her maid, who came almost at once. She had gone out, Beverly explained quietly, to help Miss Riley transact a little matter of business. It was 11:30 when Leontine bade her mistress good night and softly closed the bedroom door. She had noticed nothing strange in the manner of Madame, except an unusual lack of vitality. Left alone, Beverly opened the door of the big, bare room. "Chloe," she called softly. No answer. She switched on the light. No one was there, and Beverly hurried on to the little room beyond, which had been Sister Lake's. It, too, was empty. Something grave, perhaps terrible, had detained the girl. "She won't come at all," Beverly said aloud. "What shall I do?" She could not abandon the fragile child who loved her, who had stood by her with wonderful strength and courage throughout this dreadful day. Yet what was there she could do? Roger returned about 1 o'clock. He moved quietly, as if in order not to disturb his wife, but she heard the cautious closing of his door. She did not try or wish to sleep, but lay on her bed, waiting for day. After 6 o'clock Beverly could lie still no longer. She stole into her bathroom, and bathed in cold water. But she felt as utterly spent after her bath as before. This morning she did penance by putting on a tailor-made, white linen suit, of a slightly severe cut, and made her toilet without ringing for Leontine. She decided to breakfast at the customary hour and in the customary place, but she did not expect to be joined by Roger. She was still in her bedroom, fastening a brooch, when he tapped at her door. "Come in," she cried, eager for the meeting, yet sick with fear. Roger came in, fully dressed, looking cool and well-groomed. To Beverly's sad heart it seemed that he had never been so handsome, or so hard. "Good morning," he said, as he might have spoken to any friend. "I heard you stirring about, so I thought I might knock. Are you going out early?" as his eyes wandered over her dress. "You mean because I'm dressed?" "No, I didn't think of it. I couldn't sleep. The night was hot, and the heat was on my nerves, I suppose, so I got up at 6. I hope I didn't disturb you, Roger." "Not at all," he politely replied. "LVE some business which will take me out half an hour sooner than usual. I suppose they can give us breakfast in time for that. Coffee and toast and grapefruit can't take long to make ready. I'll ring for breakfast." "I didn't know what?" He caught up her sentence as it broke. "Oh, nothing important," she excused herself. Yet she was sure he knew what had stopped her short of saying that she didn't know if he would breakfast with her in the boudoir. "Well, I dare say Johnson has put the newspapers in their place by this time," Roger said, ignoring her embarrassment. "I'll have a look, to save time. You'll come when you're ready? I've a suggestion to make that I think you'll like." He spoke pleasantly, not at all as if he had a GNLDGE against his wife. Many women would have been satisfied with such a manner, but Beverly was not of the many women, and Roger had never been like other, ordinary husbands. For the first morning since that day in Chicago when he had asked her to be his wife, they had not kissed. "It will always be like this from now on," she told herself. "I hope I shall die. I can't live without his love, and go on seeing him every day." Roger had not mentioned Chloe, and Beverly held her peace. She thought it would be best to wait and see what the newspapers said. At the end of 10 minutes, as the breakfast tray was being placed on the lace table cover, she strolled into the boudoir. Roger hardly looked up, feigning to be deeply interested in his paper. On other mornings, the servant being out of the room, he would have SPNMG from his chair to place hers, and perhaps tokiss the long braid of her golden brown hair, or the back of her white neck as it showed under her fetching little cap. Any exciting news? She asked in a casual tone, as she sat down, the sort of tone which other wives perhaps use to other husbands. Nothing that interests us specially, Roger answered. A rather sordid murder, at a third-rate hotel. There's a mystery, of course. What hotel? Beverly ventured to ask, pouring coffee with a hand that would shake. One I never heard of before. Let me see, what's the name? Oh, the Westmoreland. You'll not be interested. Let's get to the thing I want to talk about. Can you guess what it is? Beverly shook her head. I am a bad guesser. It's partly about your pearls. By the by, was the pearl stringer satisfactory? Oh, quite, Beverly murmured, sipping her coffee. I'm glad she made a good job. The rope looks as fine as if no accident had happened, I suppose. It's a wonderful rope, his wife managed to reply. Elle imagined you'd be wearing your gewgaws for breakfast this morning just to show they were all right. Roger's eyes smiled coolly into hers. It was a cruel smile. A rope of pearls at breakfast, on a tailor gown of linen, and a queen's pearls at that. What bad taste! I shall wear these splendors only on the greatest occasions. Well, I've arranged a great occasion, said Roger. That's principally what I want to talk about. I'd like you to send out invitations for a house party and a big dinner and dance directly after we're settled in the Newport cottage. And I'd like to move there sooner than we meant. I've decided to take a few weeks' holiday. We'll both be better out of the city. Oh, yes. Beverly agreed. And I want you to do a thing to please me. Wear the Queen's pearls, your pearls, on the night of the dinner and dance. 28. Mr. Jones of Peoria. O'Reilly had only just finished reading CIO's note, had folded it up, and put it in his pocket when he was joined by a man at whom, for a second, he stared as at a stranger. Then a slight contraction of the newcomer's eyelid and a twinkle in his eye enlightened Justin. Well, this is good, meeting you, exploded a jolly voice. Hoped you hadn't forgotten poor old Dick Jones, though it's a long time since you blew out our way to Peoria. I'm here in little old New York, seeing the sights. Why, of course, I remember you very well, Mr. Jones, said O'Reilly. Sit down at my table, do. What'll you have, in memory of old times? As he spoke, he took in the extraordinary changes Mr. William J. Denham had made in his personal appearance. Denham was a slender, youngish man, neat and dapper, with light brown hair, a smooth face, and pale skin. Jones had reddish, rumpled eyebrows, puffy pink lids, and large, roving eyes behind convex glasses. His hair was also red and rumpled, and though he was not enormously stout, he was clumsily built, with a decided paunch. When he had sat down at O'Reilly's table, the absence of near neighbors and the momentary inattention of waiters gave the two men a chance to speak freely. You sent a hurry call. Something up at Krantz this peaceful Sabbath? There's more up than I want to come out, said O'Reilly. Things have changed since I phoned, but there's more need of you than ever. The girl I wanted to help was with me. While I talked to you, she disappeared. Disappeared? Yes. I couldn't follow, because when I knew what had happened it was too late to get on her track, otherwise you'd have found me flown. I'd have sacrificed you for her, if there'd been even a sporting chance. But I didn't see one. Maybe you will, when I put you wise, or somebody may show up whose face will give you a tip. I'll tell you what I know, except the name of a lady which mustn't come into the business even with discretion incomate like you. Reservations often spoil jobs, said Denham. Mine won't. The coming of a waiter broke the conversation. Anybody interesting here? Asked Justin, when the waiter had gone. No familiar faces. But there may be, later. O'Reilly shook his head. It's 11:45. The man or men who made an appointment, not with me, with the girl who's gone, should have turned up at 11:30. If they are sure of themselves, sure their faces aren't known, they are probably here, remarked Denhan. But out with your story. A lot may hang on that. A lot does, said O'Reilly, and told it. He omitted no detail given by Chloe except such as led too close to Mrs. Sands. O'Reilly hardly disguised the fact that the crime and its punishment were of slight impertinence to him compared with the finding of Chloe Riley. Don't want her mixed up in this murder business, he finished, and she doesn't want to be mixed up in it, not for her own sake, but because of the woman she's protecting. You could get the name of that woman, but I ask you not to concern yourself with it. Right you are, Denhan reassured him. I've got enough to do without meddling in other folks' business. The lady outside the case doesn't exist. But as for Churn being Lorenz Churney, it doesn't go without saying that we shall spot Chuff and Jake, and the rest of the gang through him. That will depend on himself, and his mole, Kit. I wouldn't mind offering your young lady a good place and good pay when this mix-up comes to an end. I do not believe she'll be looking for work, said O'Reilly. This Kit must be pretty sharp, too. It looks as if Churn was her steady. If she did the job at the Westmoreland, it was to set him and her up in housekeeping. Later on, well away from Chuff and company, looks as if Kit had been used for a catspaw, and maybe hadn't got enough out of the job for herself. Suddenly she saw a whole dazzling lot. I can't get on to who this Kit is yet. But maybe I will. Your little friend does shoot quick, and low. She does, said O'Reilly. But she doesn't hit below the belt. I folks like Kit and Churn and Chuff haven't got belts, said Denhan. O'Reilly laughed again. But he wanted Chloe. She was made for him, the demon, the darling, the only girl he had ever seriously desired. He hadn't known that she existed till tonight, when she'd begun their acquaintance by tricking and stealing from him. Though he might laugh, he wouldn't know a happy moment till she was safe. For an instant he forgot Denhan and the business in hand. I think she likes me, he told himself. I make her like me a lot more when I get half a chance. That couple will hide, Denhan was saying. Churn may send word to Krantz that he can't sing, he'll say he's sick. But I shan't do any such thing as put Krantz wise that his tenor is wanted. Krantz is a fox. Our hope is in Miss Riley. You'll come to the diets, won't you? Asked O'Reilly. Yes, said the detective, finishing his cool beer. I'll come. But I haven't got much hope from what may be in that bead bag. People who have things to hide, hide 'em better than in bags. However, we'll see. When Justin had paid for Denhan's drink, they went, with the bead bag in the pocket of Chloe's brown cloak hanging over O'Reilly's arm. It was after midnight. 29. According to the morning papers, Roger had talked of nothing but his plan for the Newport housewarming, after starting the subject, and he had told Beverly that they ought to be able to move in a week. She must make everything right about the servants, he would see to outside arrangements. And this big party could take place in a fortnight. It was ostentatious, sending out invitations longer in advance. They must make her of the house, and the pearls. Beverly must think up something original in the way of entertainment, a surprise. And as he talked it seemed to the girl that his eyes never left her face. Beverly promised to move to Newport when Roger wished. She promised to write the invitations, and she promised to wear the Queen's pearls. At last Roger went, without having alluded to Chloe Riley. Whether this were deliberate or careless, Beverly could not guess. But she was thankful. The instant Roger had gone, Beverly seized the paper he had dropped, and found what she wanted. Mysterious Murder at Hotel Westmoreland was the heading at the top of a column on the first page. She sat down and read the whole report. That day was among the most tenable of Beverly's checkered life. She had had several engagements, but she telephoned to put them off. Not for anything would she have left the house, for she hoped to have a message from Chloe. She feared to hear also from one whom Peterson served, but it was best that she should be at home if such a message arrived. Have they kept their word? Have they killed Stephen because I didn't send back the papers? She constantly asked herself. What will they do next? Will they advertise again in the newspapers? Will they telephone? Will they send another man, now Peterson is dead? Or if not, how will they reach me? Surely they won't leave me in peace for long. The day passed with outward monotony. It was only within herself that each moment was different from every other. When evening came at last, nothing had happened, yet Beverly's nerves were jarred as if by a succession of shocks. As Leontine dressed her for dinner, a sharp tap at the door made her jump and cry out. "A special delivery letter for me, madam," announced the Frenchwoman. "Have I madam's permission? It is strange I do not know the hand. It is but a common yellow envelope, addressed in pencil, to Mademoiselle Leontine Rossignol, perhaps from someone who begs. Never have I received a letter by special delivery." "You'd better open it," said Beverly, relieved that the letter was not for her. "Rossignol is so odd a name, madam, that everyone remembers, because it means nightingale," said Leontine, gingerly tearing off an end of the flimsy yellow envelope. Then, suddenly she cried out. "But madam, the letter is from Mademoiselle Riley. I do not see why she writes to me. I understand nothing of what she says. Will madam read?" Hiding eagerness, Beverly took the half-sheet of commercial paper. The letter began, "Dear Leontine, I am safe in my new home, and there's no need to worry. I am picking up all that I have lost. I hope to call on you before long and show what good progress I have made. With grateful messages for madam, from her devoted little servant, and kind remembrance to you, I am, faithfully yours, Clodagh Riley. P.S. If possible I should like Mr. Orr to hear that I am doing well. He has been kind since you saw me last." There was no date and no address on this letter, which filled only one page. Beverly's bewilderment passed as she studied the letter. CIO's underlying motives came to the surface with a flash. "Suppose," she explained quietly, "that Mademoiselle fancied it would be a liberty to write to me. I'm glad to hear from her so soon. As the letter is really for me, perhaps I'd better keep it." "Please do," Madame Leontine urged, again attacking the tiny hooks which fastened her mistress's dinner dress. "I noticed that Mademoiselle did not put the number of the house or street where she is staying. But, of course, Madame will know both." "Of course," echoed Beverly. She guessed that Leontine must be consumed with curiosity as to CIO's disappearance and the departure of Sister Lake. When Leontine had hooked the last hook, Beverly went to the boudoir. There she sat down with CIO's cryptic message, praying that Roger might not come till she had unravelled it. But, after all, the meaning of one sentence after another sprang quickly to her eyes. She had realized at once that Chloe wrote to Leontine because she dared not use the name of Mrs. Sands. This suggested that she was in a house where the name of Sands was not unknown. Now, concentrating upon the queer letter, Beverly understood each veiled hint. Chloe wished her not to worry. Chloe was picking up all she had lost. Chloe hoped to call before long, and show what good progress she had made. All this could have only one meaning. And how like Chloe, to have treasured in some brain cell Leontine's queer name of Rossignol. She had written nothing to waken suspicion, and as no house, no street, was mentioned, there need be no dread of discovery for guilty consciences. Beverly judged that O'Reilly's name as well as Roger's might be known to someone near to Chloe. Evidently she was afraid to send a letter to Justin O'Reilly. But the end of the postscript was amazing. O'Reilly had been kind to Chloe. She went to see him again, was the thought in Beverly's mind. Then, perhaps, she didn't go back to the Westmoreland. What can kind mean, unless he's promised to help instead of hurt us? But she must find out what had happened last between O'Reilly and Chloe. How should she communicate with him? Should she send a note by district messenger to the Diets? Or should she telephone, before Roger came, and learn all that she wished to know without delay? Quickly she decided upon this bolder course. She called up O'Reilly's hotel, and soon heard his hello. "I'm Mrs. Sands," she explained. "I've a letter from Chloe. She sends you a message." The voice from the Diets had sounded indifferent. It was so no longer. "What news?" O'Reilly asked. "Tell me everything." She told him, and read CIO's letter to Leontine distinctly, that he might miss no word. "I'll understand why it might be dangerous to put an address, or to write to you or me," Beverly added. "But it's frightful not to know where she is. Explain what you can quickly, because I'm expecting someone." "Tetterson stole your pearls," O'Reilly answered. "He phoned Heron and offered to sell them. He must have been hiding in your room and overheard our talk. Later, I answered him for Heron. Miss Riley was in Peterson's room then, and she and I got in touch. She asked through the phone if I'd help. I said yes, and she told me to come with a taxi. I picked her up outside the hotel, and took her where she wanted to go, a restaurant, Krantz Keller. When I'd heard what she had to say, I proposed to employ a private detective. Don't worry, he's absolutely loyal, and I'm on your side. After all, Mrs. Sands, I may as well confess it's for Miss Riley's sake. She repented stealing the papers from me, you know, and sent them back in the envelope just as Chloe sent you the papers." "You're mistaken." "I know she didn't send them," Beverly cried. She had forgotten her fear of being overheard, forgotten everything, but the sound of a door closing caused her to start. It was a strange sound just then, because both doors had already been shut when she went to the telephone, the door leading into her bedroom, the door into the hall, and she had heard neither open since. Yet she could not be mistaken. Somebody had closed one of those doors and must previously have opened it. Sick with fear, Beverly dropped the receiver and ran to look into the hall. No one was there. She flew to the door of her bedroom and peeped in. The room was empty. She rang for Johnson, who appeared at once. "Has Mr. Sands come in?" she asked. "I think not, madam," the butler replied. "Go and see. Search everywhere." She did not move while the man was away. "Mr. Sands is not in the house," Madam Johnson solemnly announced. "Thank you," Beverly said. Yet she was not relieved. Something told her that it was Roger who had shut the door. 30. What Chloe did with Dive. When Kit and Chum left Krantz Keller, they walked fast along 14th Street till they came to 6th Avenue. There they appeared to hesitate, as if they could not decide whether to go up or downtown. Chloe, as close behind them as she dared to venture, guessed instantly that, until now, they had not entirely made up their minds which of several hiding places it would be safest for them to seek. Judging by their linked arms, and the nearness of the two heads, their conversation was absorbing. They stopped at the corner, and Chloe stopped also. Presently the pair resolved on going down toward 13th Street. Chloe went after them. They walked for several blocks, and the girl following always glanced at the number of each street she passed. There had been an accident to a taxi, however, in the neighborhood of 11th Street, and a crowd had collected. In this crowd Chloe nearly lost the quarry. She had a moment of despair, then saw the skirt of Kit in the distance. No longer was she wearing a pink cloak, but a white one. She must have had a chance to turn it wrong side out. So excited was Chloe that she forgot to notice the streets. Whether the couple turned off the avenue into 10th, or 9th, or 8th, she was not sure. She was certain only that she was on their track. Then followed a chase across town. In this, the girl finally lost her head a little, but when it seemed that she could drag herself no further, Kit and Churn stopped in front of a house, and rang the bell. Neither of them lives there, or there'd be a latchkey, Chloe thought, hovering on the other side of the street. It was some time before the two were let in, but after a delay of 4 or 5 minutes a woman opened the door. A dim gas light shone from the hall or lobby, and CIO's impression was of a dark brown face, the face of a negress. There was a short discussion, then the woman nodded, stepping aside to let Kit and Churn pass. An instant later the door shut them in. Chloe stood gazing at the house. It was one in a row of old-fashioned, shabby brick buildings, 4 stories in height. A light showed in the basement, but other windows were black. Suddenly, as Chloe watched, a yellow gleam flashed in a 4th-story room, but at the same moment a man stepped to the window and pulled down a dark blind. Chloe thought that this man was Churn. "They are going to stay," she argued, and crossing the street at a distance from the house, the girl looked at it with interest. There was no street lamp near, and she could not see the number, but there was a small plaque at the side of the door, and Chloe tripped up the steps to read it. Joy, the place was a boarding house. The pair having mounted to the 4th story, Chloe thought she might venture to ring. She pulled an old-fashioned bell, and her heart thumped in her breast as the shrill sound jingled dire of the house. "Il must have some tale to tell, why I'm here so late, wanting a room," she reflected. The door was opened by the woman who had admitted Kit and Chum. Not only was she black, but she was fat and slovenly. Staring at the newcomer, she exclaimed with a mouth full of gum, "Say, is you another friend o' Mr. Shefelsky?" "Chuff," was the password that flashed through CIO's brain. "This is where he lives." She was triumphant. "Il don't know anything about Mr. Chefelsky," she replied, "but I'm in a scrape, and a friend of mine once recommended me to this house. I saw some people come in, and alight. It's still a boarding house, isn't it? It ain't no foundling orphan asylum. Il don't ask for charity. I've got money to pay my board. But I don't want an expensive room. One at the top of the house will do. Say, it's a real funny time o' night for a young girl like you to go looking for a home to lay her head," remarked the negress. "But you can step in the hall. I'll call Miss McMahon. She's the lady o' the house. We've got a room upstairs, but I don't know whether she'll let you have it." She allowed Chloe to enter, and left the girl standing as she descended the basement stairs. McMahon sounds hopeful, Chloe thought. The girl had lodged drearily in New York, but she had never been in a house as dreary as this. Mrs. McMahon's look was less inspiring than her name. She was of the big-jowled type, a grim woman of middle age, and her manner suggested suspicion. But Chloe began to speak first, with her best brogue, which she could use, when needed, with great effect. "Il beg your pardon, for intruding on ye at this time of the night," said the girl in her creamiest voice, with a childlike smile, "but the lady I'm made for and me had a quarrel about a young man, and rather than give him up, I just walked away from the house, without waiting to pack my things. I've walked till I'm played out. I told your maid a friend zero mine had spoken zero Mrs. McMahon's place and I didn't forget. I'll pay a week in advance if I'll take me in." Whether Mrs. McMahon believed these outpourings was an open question, but her face softened slightly at sound of the brogue. "Irish, are you?" she said. "Yes, County Cork, and not over since very long," returned the girl. "I'm from County Cork, me and me dead husband both," volunteered the woman. "I've been in New York these 12 years. Violet says you asked for a top-floor room." "Il did that," said Chloe. "Well, a top-floor room is the only one I've got vacant." "How long would ye be wanting it for?" "Oh, a few days, and maybe more. You can come and have a look. I don't boast of the room. It's last choice. I charge $7 with board." "Don't mind $7," said Chloe, and followed her hostess up flight after flight of dimly lighted stairs. They were covered with oilcloth, and the hall smelled of escaping gas, but the girl was almost happy. The place was not attractive, but it seemed decent enough. "It's a hall room, but a front one," explained Mrs. McMahon, panting, as they reached the top of the house. Chloe was enchanted to hear this, for it meant that the room must adjoin the one where Chum had pulled down the blind. She wondered if Churn were married to Kit. Perhaps she would find out by and by. "There's a husband and wife come into the double room next," Mrs. McMahon went on, when she had shown Chloe her proposed quarters. "The wall's kind of thin, for this room was part of the other once, but they are a quiet couple, I guess, and if I offer a quiet, too, you won't trouble each other. They are friends of a gentleman boarder we've had for some time, and they've been here to call on him, though they've never stayed before. I want 'em to be comfortable, so stir around as little as you can in the morning. I guess they're the kind that lies late in bed." "It'll feel more as if I'd like to lie in bed all day," sighed Chloe. "Well, sleep as much as you like. But don't be scared if you hear folks moving later on tonight. The friend of this couple is out, but he may come home and want to see 'em." Chloe paid $7 in advance for the room, and took pains to show that she had plenty of money. She begged also to buy or borrow a clean nightgown, and suggested that, if there were a new toothbrush in the house, she would be glad to have it. Mrs. McMahon laughed. A nightgown she could lend, but as for a toothbrush, there wouldn't be one this side of the nearest drugstore. Miss Ryan, the name Chloe gave, must wait till next day. "Well, anyhow, maybe you've a bit you'll give me to eat," the new boarder pleaded. "I'm that hungry I could bite off the doorknob. I'll pay extra, of course, this time of night. And your coloured woman, Violet, isn't she, shall have a couple of dimes for bringing up the food." Mrs. McMahon softened and asked what food her guest desired. Chloe desired nothing so much as a knife, and made a bid to secure one by asking for meat. "Any old kind, and some bread and milk." "I'll give 50 cents, tea," she watched the woman's mien, $1 for my supper." When Mrs. McMahon had gone, the girl held her breath to listen. Yes, the wall was thin. She could hear Kit and Churn talking in an ordinary tone, but she could catch few words, even when she laid her ear against the dusty paper. When the voices sank low, they reached her only in an indistinct rumble. She guessed that the tiny room was separated from the larger one by a partition of laths and plaster, covered on each side with flimsy wallpaper. She could feel as well as hear someone walking up and down, in the next room. No doubt it was Churn. Now and then he would pause. A piece of furniture would creak, then he would jump up, to begin walking again. Presently Violet appeared, a coarse nightgown hanging over her arm, a plate of bread and ham on a napkinless tray, and glass of bluish milk. Chloe gave the woman 20 cents, and promised the same sum if her breakfast were brought upstairs. Violet agreed to this bargain, which was well for the girl. She would have starved rather than decelt her room long enough to eat while Churn and Kit remained in their quarters. She surmised that they would not often go out. Chloe had told the truth in pleading hunger, but when she was alone and had locked her door, she took from the tray only the steel knife and fork which lay beside the plate. Having pushed the cot bed away from the wall, she sat down on the floor, Turk fashion. Choosing a spot which would be invisible with the bed in place, she waited till Churn was inclined to walk. Then she began delicately to dig at the plaster with her extemporized tools. Whenever Churn stopped, she stopped also, lest the rat-like noise should reach alert ears in the next room. For a long time she toiled, cautiously, slowly, gathering up bits of paper and plaster that fell, and collecting them in her lap. It was a tedious task, but not difficult. In less than an hour she had made, practically without noise, a hole the size of a silver dollar. It went through to the lathes. Beyond that barrier her tools were of no avail. She needed a thin, sharp instrument like a hat pin to push between the slats of wood. A tiny hole would suffice. But she had no hat pin in the close-fitting toque lent by Beverly. Her own was now a souvenir in O'Reilly's possession. She tried hairpins, but they bent, one after another. Then she searched for a nail, and found one at last, stuck in the wall, supporting a small mirror. Carefully she deposited this upon the bed, it wouldn't do to break a looking glass, and set to work once more. At the end of 20 minutes scratching, she felt resistance cease before the nail point. Hastily she withdrew it, lest it should pierce too far, and stretched on the floor she listened with her ear to the aperture on her side of the wall. 31. The 9 days. Wish Chuff would come, and get it over, she heard Churn sigh aloud, in his sweet, foreign-sounding voice. Wonder why he went out, said Kit. He ought to have been home all evening. He was expecting Pete on business, you know. Can he have got on to the reason that fella Pete didn't come? No, no, Kit answered. I've told you a dozen times no. He wouldn't have gone to the Westmoreland. Pete had to call on him. But there must have been something important to take Chuff out. That vast a plan. Oh, what does it matter? Tonight's changed everything for me, and you, too. You are going to stand by me, aren't you, chum, through thick and thin? You bet your life. Foot a hole off though I'm worth. Kit's tone changed. She chuckled. You may be worth a lot. You've married a rich heiress. See? Sure, girl. If Chuff comes spying on us we don't want him to hear that word married. He'd only laugh, or worse. All right. But he ain't our master anymore. We can do without him. Maybe he wanted he can do without us. He'll have to, when we get something good on the pearls. And say, I never thought you could kill anyone and feel no more than I do now. Chum, if you'd been there, you'd have settled his hash long before I did. The things has aid to me, and me your wife. It makes me sick to think o' them, and of him, the low beast. Don't tick, Den. Tick of me do. I love you, boy. The minute I lamped the pearls, when I sensed they was real, I meant to get 'em, for you and me to set up house far away somewheres on our own. We can go to Buenos Aires or some place south, where they love a nice voice like yours, so you won't feel wasted. If Chuff knew what we've got here in this table drawer. Better tie 'em up in your handkerchief again. If Chuff, oh, Chuff nothing. I feel in my bones, now he's so late, he won't come home tonight. I don't care what happens to Chuff. Let's go to bed. No, not yet. I wait. Peterson thought he could say what he liked to me, the pig. Kit went on. Well, he's paid. His blood's on his own head. 011, Churn, it was on his head, every sense zero the word. I didn't like the look of it, tummed me sick. Lucky my long cloak was in the room. See, on my dress, 2 stains. Boy, the TNLNK stunt was awful. You've got to let me go to bed and sleep, or I believe I'll have hysterics and yell the house down. I thought I was all right since I found you, but it's coming on again, that tremblin'. Go to bed, Den, girl. I wait. That's easy. Ill will. Just one more look at the pearls, our pearls. But I lost one. I heard it roll. It was so close to him I couldn't, don't you care? Dear's a lot for us. We'll count 'em first thing tomorrow, when we both feel like ourselves. They ought to fetch a king's ransom, boy. They will not, Den. There'll be alderballs in New York after 'em. Joke on us, dough, if Chuff was in the deal mighty Pete. I'm sure he wasn't, dead sure. Silence fell. When the pair spoke again it was of other things. At last Chloe fell suddenly fast asleep, on the floor. She knew that Beverly's pearls were in the next room. That had to be enough for the night. The girl slept till dawn. Waking, she was astonished to find herself on the floor, and for an instant could not remember what had happened. But in a flash it all came back. Quickly she got up and quietly undressed, putting on Mrs. McMahon's immense nightgown before she dropped thankfully upon the cot bed. Chloe did not sleep again, but lay until 8 o'clock, when her neighbours began to stir. Then she listened once more at the hole in the wall until she feared that Violet might come with breakfast. The woman had suggested bringing it at 9, and lest she should wonder why the hungry girl hadn't supped, the milk had to be hastily poured away and the bread and ham hidden. The bed had also to be lifted into place covering the hole in the wall. Nothing of special interest had been said by Kit and her husband since their waking, but soon the young woman began to concern herself with the subject of clothes. Elle told Mrs. McMahon, "We expected our baggage this morning from Brooklyn. If it doesn't come it's been stolen, see? The old party won't think wrong of Chuff's pals. He's a real family friend. Gee, all sorts of things happen in a house like this. Before long we'll phone Isaacs to come along and look at the pearls. Chuff's got a phone in his room, you know." Chloe knew also. She had good reason to know, and that Chuff had lent his telephone book to Jake. As Violet kicked on the door, her hands being occupied with the tray, Chloe hastily stuffed a handkerchief into the hole she had made in the wall. She feared that the pair in the next room might take alarm at the sound of voices, and therefore she cautiously subdued her own. She hadn't slept well, she answered Violet's question. Her head ached, and perhaps she might lie in bed the rest of the day. The promised reward was given, and more offered if Violet would find time to buy toilet articles, and a few clothes. She was begged to bring writing paper also. There might be a letter to send by express delivery. The coffee, though weak, was hot, and Chloe felt revived after drinking it. Once more she placed the bed across the door, pulled out the handkerchief gag from the hole in the wall, and thus, on sentinel duty, finished her breakfast. Later in the day the couple next door resigned themselves to the indefinite absence of Chuff. Mrs. Mac herself came up to see her guests, who called themselves Mr. and Mrs. Stull. The landlady talked of Mr. Cheffensky as her star boarder and said that she was used to his queer ways. Often he stopped away from home a day or two, but she never worried. He always came back. The Stulls were voluble over the non-arrival of their luggage, which seemed to vex them more than the appearance of Cheffensky, their old friend. Whether or not Mrs. McMahon believed the story, at all events she agreed to supply the needs of Mr. and Mrs. Stull, ordering a list of things for their selection. This arrangement raised CIO's hopes. Maybe Chum and Kit intended to venture out. If they went for a short airing, they would probably leave the pearls at home. In their absence Chloe would somehow get into the room next door. With Beverly's jewels recaptured, her mission in this house would be accomplished. But she was doomed to disappointment. After writing her hopeful letter to Leontine, CIO's expectations of quick success were dashed. Kit and Churn received the clothes they wanted, but did not go out, nor did they audibly plan to go. Their intention was to eat downstairs, but they would take turns. One would always keep guard over the pearls. Newspaper mention of the girl in pink had scared them. After a heated argument they decided that, till they saw how the wind blew, they would not risk sending for Isaacs. This was a sacrifice, because they wished to dispose of the pearls before Cheffensky came nosing around, but they were not sure of Isaac's loyalty. Who could tell what he might do, if tempted by big bribes to frame his pals? They must wait, and so must Chloe. Days passed. The girl still posed as an invalid taking a rest cure, and her tips to Violet were generous. Once she heard Kit inquiring who lived in the next room, but Mrs. Mac's answer was satisfactory. A poor little mite of Athing, out of a job as lady's maid, was their neighbour, Irish, and recommended by an old client. 9 days lagged on, and then at last Chloe came upon a personal in the newspaper she took in. Instantly she realised that it was meant for her, and put in by Justin O'Reilly. It was so worded that no outsider could guess its meaning. "See from her cousin who is Justin" was the heading which caught her eye. He knew that she knew his name was Justin, and she had first introduced herself as his cousin. Working out Sunday's problem with expert help, she read, "Message received insufficient. Won't you let me know where you are?" The girl dared not answer by letter or newspaper. Violet would undertake any errand, but she could not be trusted for a mission of such importance. O'Reilly must be content with the message passed on by Mrs. Sands. On the 9th day Kit and Chum had a serious quarrel. The man insisted on going out. He could stand his imprisonment no longer, not for Kit, not for the pearls. Chloe was not on sentinel duty when the explosion came. The hole in the wall was open, she stuffed it up only when someone knocked, lest the pair should take alarm at the clearness of sounds, but it was late in the afternoon of a blazing hot day, and the girl lay on her narrow bed, disgusted with life. She had now paid for a second week in advance. There wasn't money to go on with for long, at the present rate, and she knew not how to get more, but it was too hot to trouble about the future. The quarrel next door was so sordid that Chloe had ceased to listen, when suddenly the names Olga and Stephen, spoken loudly by Kit, waked her from a half-doze. With the light swiftness of a cat she sprang off the bed, and went to her post. 32. "Stephen's dead, thought you'd sure know the whole story," Kit was saying. "Why knowed about Stephen?" "That I had to know," said Churn. "But you knew why Pete came to New York, instead of going west, when he got out of stir in Chicago?" "No, he come to kill Heron, Hully G." "Not so loud." "Well, I know 2000 he came for Den, if you like that better." "But that wasn't the whole reason." Knowed he was going to get hold o' some papers for Chuff, papers that was mixed all up mighty our business. HM. That's what Chuff wanted us to think, that they concerned us. But if you know about those papers, you must know the rest, about Olga. Know that Olga and Stephen vas to each other, if that's what you mean. And who Olga is? Olga Beverly. Greenhorn. You never got further than that. No. That for I get further? I never see ter. She's a name to me, that's all. Never would I heard even that name if I didn't take care o' Stephen, when Jake vas off on a bust or doing a job for Chuff. Funny we never got on to this line zero talk before, mused Kit. I don't see why funny. You and me always have something better to talk about, Catchin. And till these 9 days in this hole, we never had too much time together. If Pete had been found dead and I hadn't done it, I'd say it was Olga. She was the woman who had to give up the papers to him. He told me he was waiting for the papers to come. He said he wasn't sure whether she'd bring 'em herself, or this girl you've seen about in the newspapers, the one who called on him Sunday afternoon. I've told you about the women's voices in the hall, and someone sitting plump on the TNLNK when I was inside. Well, if I could peeped, I bet I'd seen Olga. She was one of the women dressed for the automobile they're trying to trace and can't. Would you knowed Olga if you had seen her? Would I? Say, did you never hear of Roger Sands? I hear was the guy who worked for Heron last year, and got the gang going after him. Well, it was Olga he married, but not with her own name. She took another so as to get away with the papers. She's had the papers from then till now. The thing that interests me, and maybe will you, is something else. It popped into my nut today that the pearls are hers. I bet something went wrong with the papers, and she gave Pete the pearls instead. I bet he was studying how to double-cross Chuff, and square himself when when my act comes on. What old would chuff are they on a woman married MIT a big fella like Sans? Churn wanted to know. Why she let herself be skinned like that, for Stephen's dead and stiff these 3 weeks or more. Yes, Kit repeated. Stephen's been dead most a month. That's one reason they couldn't let things slide, so the minute Pete was free they put him on the job. He was keen, because of Heron. And John Heron blew into New York just the right time, for the plan. Pete was to get the papers first, and then, you know what. Yes, I know that. But Stephen gone, what old ad chuff on Olga? Booby, dear, Olga doesn't know Stephen's dead. Clots blood NLSHED to her brain. She felt faint. Had she been on her feet she would have fallen. This was the one thing of all for Beverly. Chloe felt that she hated this cruel Chefinsky with an almost murderous hatred. How could she let Beverly know, and make her understand that Stephen was dead? Ought she to go back with her news to Park Avenue, and abandon the pearls? The police could never be asked to take a hand in this business, and before she could even ask help from O'Reilly and Denton, Churn might have disappeared. With herself as sentinel off duty, nothing was sure, for a dangerous restlessness possessed the pair. Still, Beverly would sacrifice the pearls for the knowledge that her enemies had no longer any hold upon her. If I dared telegraph, the girl thought. For she wanted Beverly to have both the knowledge and the pearls. About this hour Violet was in the habit of toiling up with beer for Kit and Churn, and water or lemonade for their neighbor. The woman was due in a few minutes and Chloe spent the interval in concocting a message for Leontine Rossignol. Tell your mistress I've had news since I last saw her that Stephen is dead were the words she decided on, before Violet's arrival was advertised by a tinkle of ice. The telegram was delivered that night at the flat in Park Avenue, but Mr. and Mrs. Sands and their household had left for Newport. Only a parlour maid remained. She detested Leontine, being Bohemian by birth, while Leontine was French. Anna Schultz decided to forget indefinitely the telegram for Leontine Rossignol. When she had sent the message, CIO's thoughts went back to the pearls. She would be driven to leave the house soon for lack of money. If she had to go without the pearls, she would feel herself a failure. The net was proving tough for the tiny teeth of a mouse. But the mouse was ready to do anything rather than give up. That evening Churn again announced his intention to go out at any cost. Whither he was bound, Chloe did not know, for she had missed scraps of talk. In the next room, Kit cried, and in the midst of hysterical sobs, the door slammed. Churn had gone. Kit continued to sob. CIO's blood took fire. She flamed with courage. Having fixed upon her plan of action she darted into the passage and knocked on Kit's door. Who's that? Came the sharp answer. It's only me. The little girl from the next room, Chloe explained in a small voice like a child's. Her hair hung over her shoulders, and she wore a cheap blue muslin dressing gown chosen by Violet. Kit threw open the door so suddenly, and stared so keenly through the dusk that Chloe shrank back a little. What do you want? Snapped Kit. Oh, maybe I oughtn't to have come. Chloe apologized. Elle heard you crying. And I'm so homesick and miserable myself. Don't be angry. Kit opened the door wide. Her bleached yellow hair bristled round her face. Didn't know I was howling so loud. Say, can you hear us talking, me and my husband? I hope we don't keep you awake nights. You haven't kept me awake once, Chloe assured her with TNLTH. Crying's easier to hear than talking. You see, I'm in trouble and I'm awfully lonely. One haven't got any real trouble, said Kit. And my husband sometimes have a spat, like all married folks, and I'm fool enough to bawl. He's out now. Would you like me to come in and visit with you a while? I'd love it, gasped Chloe. She would have preferred an invitation to her neighbor's room, but she hoped for that later. Kit locked her door carefully and slipped the key down the neck of her dress. She accepted Clot's suggestion to sit on the bed, which was more comfortable than the one broken-backed chair. Question after question she put, which cost her hostess tiresome flights of imagination to answer. Chloe was far from regretting her move, however. If Churn were absent long, or if he went out again, Kit said that she would return as an escape from boredom. It was 11 o'clock when once more Chloe heard the two voices, and from their conversation Chloe gathered that they did not expect Chuff back till the day after tomorrow. Day after tomorrow, echoed Kit. Then we must get Isaacs here tomorrow. Vowed of that, said Chum. Went up dear after I see Jake. Isaacs has started for Chicago on business, and won't be back till the same day as Chuff, day after tomorrow. Chloe drank in each word, and focused her mind on its meaning. Tomorrow, or the day after, her hour would come, then, or never. 33. The patch on the pillow. Churn's excursion had justified itself, and the morning after his first absence he went out again. Toward noon Kit, in a ready-to-wear looking costume, knocked at CIO's door. Thought you might want some candy, she said. Shall I come in? Chloe was cordial, and tried to be entertaining. If I can make her like me, perhaps she'll go down to a meal with Churn, and leave me on guard, she reflected. Kit feared to stop long with her new friend lest Churn should arrive while she was gadding. She dodged back and forth from room to room, and was at home to receive her husband in the afternoon. Next morning early Chloe heard Chum announce that he would meet Isaac's train at the Grand Central. The old lady had told him the time. Kit objected. You might miss him. Best wait at his place, she advised. But Churn would not be persuaded. He had seen Jake again, who prophesied that Chuff would not arrive before the afternoon. They had the whole morning to see Isaacs and bargain with him, but it would be a waste of time to hang about at Isaac's place. Chum would catch Isaacs at the train, and bring him round to Kit. She must clear up the room, and have everything ship-shape in an hour. But Kit's anger grew as Chum insisted. "I'll know why you're mad to get to the Grand Central," she flung at him. "Didn't you suppose I noticed the name on the candy box?" "Bah! I ain't a fool. You said you was sick of being boxed up with me. That put me wise." Churn protested innocence, and went off jauntily, but Chloe looked for developments. Kit's mum, to put Chum off the track, she thought. But she means to follow him. She's bought no handbag. She can't very well take the pearls. Chloe had read a paragraph concerning Mr. and Mrs. Roger Sands. It referred to the housewarming party they were giving at their lately acquired cottage in Newport. Apparently the affair had been mentioned before in the column devoted to society news, but Chloe had missed it. The allusion to the housewarming and dinner dance set CIO's brain whirling. Angel would be expected by her husband to wear the Queen's pearls. If he already guessed the secret, this might be a plan to force his wife's hand. Beverly feared him. Chloe had seen that. Angel must have the pearls for tomorrow night. And they must be strung, ready to wear, or they would be useless to her, arriving at the last moment. The girl would have been at her wit's end, but for that quarrel next door. If Kit did go spying on Churn. The door slammed after Churn. A second later Kit was knocking, calling her new friend by her new nickname, Kid Kid. "Let me in, quick." Chloe let her in. Kit was pinning on a wide-brimmed hat, and had her hands full with a veil, gloves, and parasol. "Tie this veil for me, there's a good kid," she panted. "TM mad at my husband. He's off to flirt with a beast of a girl in a candy store. They had a mash before we married." "You're going to be in all morning, ain't you?" "Thought of running out to phone a friend of mine," said Chloe, cleverly. "Don't. There's a phone in the house, The room under mine, room of a pal away till this afternoon. He left his key with Mrs. Mac, and she lent it to my husband last night so he could borrow some novels for me. Our pal has lots. We've not given the key back, so when I come home I'll take you down. I want you to stay in while I'm gone. All you need do is to sit with your door open, and see if anyone knocks at mine. And I've got the key. But it's the same as every old key, tain't a special one like our pals. If a stranger calls, look close, so you can describe the person. Undertake watchdogging in all its branches, said Chloe. Ta, ta. I'll count on you, were Kit's last words at the top of the steps. Bet your life you can, the kid called after her. But as Kit ran downstairs, without stopping to look round, Chloe dashed to her own open window. In a moment Kit's parasol went bobbing along the street. The coast was clear. Kit's manner made it certain that she had left the pearls behind. Violet would not come up for the 2 breakfast trays for a long time yet. Kit's opinion of the key was the same as that already formed by Chloe, and the girl was wild to test it. She snatched her own key from its lock, to it in Kit's door. It went in, but stopped at the critical turn. There were 2 more rooms on this floor, a small one opposite Clot's, tenanted by a young man who went to work at 7 o'clock, and another still smaller, used as a storeroom, a refuge for trunks, dustpans, and brooms. The early bird never locked his door, but his key fell short of success. The storeroom key remained. It did not fail. It turned all the way round in the lock, and Kit's door opened. Cio's was shut and locked, in case Violet should break her and come too soon. Not only did the girl expect to find the pearls, but Chuff's key, and she hoped to telephone if necessary, before making her bolt. Wonderful that both these chances should fall together. Chloe knew that the pearls were kept in a drawer, but Kit would not go out and leave them in so obvious a place. Nevertheless, Chloe began by looking through the drawers, of which there were 6. Churn's evening clothes hung from a hook on the wall. There was nothing in the pockets, nothing in the shoes which stood underneath except a pair of socks. Other hiding place there was none, save the bed, and it was there that Chloe expected to find the pearls. Kit had made the bed, and neatly patted the 2 ill-matched pillows into shape. Chloe stripped off the unbleached covers of these pillows and looked for some sign that the ticking had been ripped open. There was a patch on the larger pillow. One end of this patch was unsewn and held in place with a pin. Underneath it something hard could be felt with the hand. Chloe undid the pin, and thrusting in her hand pulled out a packet made of a red silk handkerchief tied round with gold string from a confectioner's. Chloe squeezed the tight folds of silk. They held the pearls. It seemed a waste of time to open the handkerchief. She longed to run out of the house with her treasure, without a second's delay. Why search for Chuff's key? As she had found the pearls she did not need to phone. The girl was at the door, with her hand on the key, before she realized how mad it would be not to make certain of her find. Yes, the pearls were really there, the darlings. She rewrapped the parcel, and again was at the door when another thought snuck her. Better make the bed look as it had looked before. She resumed, put the pillows back into their covers, stood them up in place, and during the process decided that she would spare a moment to search for Chuff's key. It might come in handy. Kit had let drop that the key was a special key. Chloe guessed that at times there were things to hide, and then Chuff would forget to leave that key for his friends. It might be useful to Mr. O'Reilly's Denham, she thought. If I can find it quick, and flitting about the room she pounced upon a key which answered Kit's description. It was on the mantelpiece, a small, flat key, 0FA special kind, because it was made for a Yale lock. She shut the door softly behind her, and locked it as she went out. The borrowed key she replaced in the storeroom. Then she unlocked her own door, and tearing off the blue wrapper, put on the tan-coloured linen suit Violet had bought in a sale, for $5. There was a tan straw hat, too. Chloe dared not appear in the brown toque and coat described by the newspapers, and a cheap handbag purchased for the pearls in case she should get them. It was a tight fit for the red silk bundle, but she squeezed it in, and added the big pearl found in Peterson's room. She would also have tucked in the Yale key, but the bag refused to shut, and she kept the key in her hand. What money she had left, she slipped inside her blouse, everything else she abandoned. Kit would rage in vain when she looked for the red handkerchief parcel. Can't have been half an hour, she thought, as she tripped past the breakfast trays and started downstairs. Kit and Churn may be out a long while yet. I'd hate to come face to face with them in the street. Less than halfway down, she heard Violet's voice, and her nerves jumped. On my way up for them trays, Oyen, the woman said. To whom was she speaking? Kit back already? Yes, Kit was answering her. I'll run up ahead. I'm in a hurry. The voices sounded near. Chloe felt that her blood was turning to water. Should she fly back and lock herself into her room? No, for Kit would discover her loss, and would guess what had happened. A fight for the pearls would be too uncertain, and Kit would call Mrs. Mac and Six to the rescue, or Churn might come, but could she hope to pass safely if she went on? No, she had promised to guard the door. Kit would accuse and stop her if they met. In her anguish, CIO's fingers closed upon Chuff's key. If only she could hide in Chuff's room before Kit reached his floor. She stumbled down the last few steps, and paused at the room under Kit's. Would the key fit? It went deep into the small keyhole, and turned. Kit must be close to the top of the stairs now. 34. Trapped. Trembling, the girl locked herself into Chuff's room and went straight to the telephone. If O'Reilly were at home, he would make a dash to the rescue. Her hand was on the receiver when she remembered that she was marooned. She was ignorant of the phone number and had never dared inquire the number of the house or street. Now, when it was too late, she wished with all her heart that she had slipped out late at night, while Kit and Churn slept, and thus found her bearings. She had not gone, because the pair always talked till after midnight, and the later the hour the more imminent their confidences. But surely she could not fall over this small stumbling block. The girl ran to a writing table and opened the blotting book. It was old, thickly patterned with stains, but it contained not a single sheet of paper. She pulled out a drawer. There was writing paper in it, but unstamped. While she fumbled, hoping for an old envelope addressed to Chuff, the girl could hear the patter of feet overhead. Kit was in her own room walking about. Suddenly the boards ceased to creak. Kit had stopped. Was it at the bedside? Was she pulling the cover off the patched pillow? Chloe had come to a shelf crowded with books and magazines when a new idea came to her. She snatched up the blotter and held it open, in front of a mirror, over the mantelpiece. Dear Peterson, she read, Chum will take you this, and I. The line beneath mingled with others, and could not be disentangled, but the address of the house had been written above, and could be clearly read. With a sigh of thanksgiving, Chloe ran to the telephone, called up Central, and asked for the Dietz Hotel. Her voice could no doubt be heard in the hall outside, and might even reach Kit's ears upstairs. But the door must be broken before she could be torn from the phone, and at this hour, when all the men boarders were out, there was no strong arm for such work. Meantime, O'Reilly might come. The girl longed for him with a new and desperate longing. The Dietz answered quickly. Mr. Justin O'Reilly was still staying in the hotel, but he had gone out. Tears started to CIO's eyes. She was trapped now, and must summon Beverly to get the pearls. She had not the Sands phone number, and must ask Central to call the Park Avenue apartment. When she had done this, silence fell. But it was only for a moment. Chloe stood, with her ear at the receiver still, when a loud bang on the door made her jump as though she had been shot. The doorknob turned. You little devil, shrilled Kit's voice. You thief! I know you're there. Wait till I catch you. Hello, spoke a foreign-sounding voice through the phone, the voice of a woman. Hello. Yes, this is Mrs. Sands' flat. Mr. and Mrs. Sands are not at home. When will they be back? Asked Chloe. Don't know that, answered the cold voice of Anna Schultz. It may be a long time. The girl had an instant of despair, but she was not yet beaten. As Kit pounded furiously on the door, Chloe called up the jeweler where Ellen Blackburn was employed. Ellen had been in but gone out again, but, oh, she had just returned. She would step to the phone. A moment later Ellen's calm hello seemed to travel to her from a far distant, peaceful world. This is Chloe, replied the girl, conscious that voices outside the door ceased their clamour in order that ears might hear her message. Yes, I said Chloe. For God's sake get into a taxi and rush to the number and street I'm going to give you. Listen. Don't stop to ask questions. When you get here, you don't need to come in. I'll drop something out of the window. You can guess what. I'll expect you quick. Goodbye. Elle heard you, shrieked Kit. One can guess, too. You've stolen my pearls, and you think you'll pass 'em on to some other thief. But you won't, you devil, we'll have this door down in 5 minutes. Chloe went to the window, rolled up the blind, and raised the sash. Why won't you let me call the police? She heard Mrs. Mac asking. I'll tell you it's the only thing. She won't let you do it because she stole the pearls herself, cried Chloe, darting across the room to put her lips to the keyhole. And that's not all she's afraid of. I'll kill you when I get my hands round your throat, Kit screamed her down. Won't be the first you've killed. Take care. Chloe retorted, and was then stung with regret for her boldness. There would be no mercy for her now from Kit or Churn when the door gave way. They would know that she'd been the woman at the telephone masquerading as Kit. But, if only Miss Blackburn came first, before they broke in, she didn't much care. With the pearls safe, she could fight for herself. Hurrah, by all that's good, here's my boy, crowed Kit outside the door. Churn. You've come. Mr. Isaacs, too. I was never so glad in my life to see anyone as you both. There's a thief in Mr. Cheffensky's room, the girl that's been living next door to us. She's stole my poor little string o' beads. Men's voices spoke. Churn and Isaacs were indeed there. The girl put her ear to the keyhole once more, and listened. What did I tell you about that key? Churn caught her up. You're 10 kinds of a fool, girl. But it is dear all right, you say. Yes, she's there all right. She must have took Chuff's key off our mantelpiece. You left it there. The little BNLTE's been phoning some pal to come in a taxi so she can drop my pearls out the window. Let me go down and talk things over with the pal when he comes, said another voice that was very smooth, and had a lisp. Chloe deduced that it was the voice of Isaacs. Yes, do go down. The girl jeered him through the keyhole. I'll call from the window what you are, a fence, that's your nickname. You're a receiver of stolen goods. For a few breathless moments there was no sound. Chloe wondered if Ellen had started, and how soon the taxi might arrive. She went again to the window and looked out. There was no taxi in sight, no vehicle of any sort, but children playing, women chatting together. Chloe wished that she might shriek at the top of her voice, help. Thieves. Murder. A policeman would surely come, and she and the pearls would be saved. But Beverly would be lost. The story of the pearls would come out somehow. As she gazed like Sister Anne from the tower, 2 things happened. In the house, a blow from a hammer made the door quiver. In the street a taxi came swinging into sight. They'll have the door down. Chloe gasped. But if only that's Ellen, she'll be just in time. The bag containing the pearls in their red wrapping was in the girl's hand. She stood, prepared to throw it if Ellen appeared. The taxi was slowing down. Yes, it was stopping in front of the house. It must be Ellen, but no. A man stepped out, and glanced quickly in all directions. He did not look up at the window, where Chloe had shmnk back as far as she could, not to lose sight of what went on below. He was furtively intent upon a grey limousine car, with several men in it, which had followed the taxi along the street. The motor passed on, however, and its occupants, there were 4 or 5, Chloe fancied, were busily talking. They did not look out, or interest themselves in the stopping of the taxi. The man who had come in the latter had the air of hiding behind it, as he paid the chauffeur and carefully counted his change, but the instant the limousine had slid ahead, regardless of him, he ran up the steps. Chloe, at the window, could see him no more. What if it's Chuff, she thought, and he finds them breaking down his door? Somehow she had the impression that Chefinsky was even more wicked than Churn, a man without scruples, a man who would stop at nothing for his own advantage. A crack went one off panels, and Chloe, flying to the door, snatched the key from the keyhole. She knew the panel could not last many minutes, and a picture rose before her mind of a hand pushing through a hole, to turn the key in the lock. Anyhow, that should not happen. Back she fled to the window again, and stared anxiously out. Another taxi appeared. The grey limousine had turned, and was coming back, also. But Chloe cared only for the taxi. It was slowing down. A woman thnlst her head out and looked up, a neat little head in a black toque. "Miss Blackburn!" the girl cried shrilly. The taxi stopped. But the door stuck. Oh, why didn't the silly chauffeur jump off his seat and help? A crash. The panel broke with a loud shriek of rending wood. The hammer came through, and was jerked quickly out again. A man's hand seized a jagged piece of the panel and tore it away. An eye peered through the aperture, but Chloe was at the window. "Quick, quick," she implored, and brandished the bag far over the sill. The eye disappeared from the panel, and the muzzle of a revolver took its place. Miss Blackburn had jumped down onto the pavement. "If you throw out that bag, I fire," a voice whined Chloe, a new voice, not Churn's. The girl glanced round involuntarily, and saw the small black object embedded in the smashed door panel. Her nerves jerked, but she turned back to the window, with a sensation of ice in her spine. "String these and get them to her, if you have to take them to Newport," she cried. There was a queer muffled explosion, not unlike the breaking of wood, yet somehow different. Chloe felt a blow on the shoulder, and then a strange, heart-rending pain. She staggered, fell forward onto her knees, hanging over the window sill. But she threw the bag. A red light flamed in her eyes, not like the light of the summer day. Through the redness she thought she saw a little woman in black catch the bag and stand still, looking up. Chloe tried to wave her hand, motioning "Go on, hurry," and her lips formed the words. She was not sure whether the woman went, or whether she had been stopped at the taxi door by some men getting out of that grey limousine, the cloud of red had grown so thick. But there were noises behind her. The men in the hall had burst the door open. She could not look round again. Her head rested upon her arm, lying on the window sill. Then someone was dragging her away. It was all over for her in this world. But Beverly's pearls were saved. 35. The time limit of hope. A big, blonde man had hustled Mrs. Mac and Violet downstairs before the shot was fired. It was bewildering to them that Mr. Chefinsky should come home in his strange absence with his beautiful golden beard and moustache shaved off. Chefinsky was like an officer directing a defense. He took command instantly he entered the house, seeming to understand the situation without a question. If anyone rings, let Violet be a long time opening the door, he said. But it must be opened. Don't act as if there was something to hide. Keep them talking, no matter who, or about what, as long as you can. There's been a theft from a lady boarder, and a little excitement, you've only to tell the truth, see. All this in a second, but it got the two women out of the way. The spy must be muzzled at any cost, for Cheffensky guessed at a word from Kit that this was the mysterious girl of the telephone. Tick her up, he said to Kit, when they had got the locked door open. If any eyes are on that window, it won't look too queer for one girl to pull another back into the room. As the other two women had done, Kit obeyed. She was used to obeying Chuff in the past. She dragged Chloe to the back of the room, out of sight from the window, and awaited further commands. Now Chuff said, if we're spotted, this is a suicide, see? She stole your pearls, and when she was caught she killed herself. I butt the shots in her shoulder, and she ain't dead. She's opening her eyes, Kit objected. She's got to be dead, Chuff decreed. Know how to fix the bullet business. It'll have to be done now, because if trouble comes it will come quick. Look here, this is the thing to do, if there's questions to answer. You caught her stealing? She ran down to this room from yours, threw the stuff out of the window to a pal, and then grabbed my Browning from the mantelpiece. She'd have shot you, but seeing the men, knew the game was up, and did for herself instead. Shut the window, Kit. I'm going to put another ball into her, in the chest, just opposite the spot of blood on her back. Carry her into the closet, to cover the sound. I mustn't touch her myself. There's spots on you already. Account for them by saying you picked her up to see if she was alive. But if she's in the closet, she ran there, and shot at you from inside the door, after we'd all broken into the room to get at her. Is that clear to you both? We must stick to the same story. Into the closet with her, Kit. Chloe felt a strange sensation, as if her soul had left the body that hung limp in Kit's strong hands, and was gazing at it with impersonal pity. The worst will be ended for me in a minute, she thought. Then, suddenly, she remembered Justin O'Reilly. A great desolation of loneliness swept over her. He would be sorry. But he was far away. When Chloe telephoned, Ellen Blackburn did not even know that the Sands were out of New York. The message, however, instantly awoke her sleeping interest. She guessed that Chloe had tracked the thief, and that what she called the weird address given was the lair. Miss Blackburn was no coward, and the astonishing request that came over the telephone wires did not frighten her. She prepared to follow instructions at once, taking only one precaution. Before starting, she left word that if she did not phone or return within an hour, inquiries were to be made at the house and in the street whose number she wrote down. The pearl stringer did, therefore, precisely what she had been asked to do. She abandoned the work laid out for the morning, and dashed off in a taxi on a moment's notice. CIO's little face at the window of a 10th-rate boarding house told her nothing new. Chloe was always pale. When the girl dropped to her knees, it looked to Ellen as if that attitude were more convenient for throwing down the bag. No sound of a pistol shot reached Ellen's ears over the noises of the street. She heard only the turf of her own taxi, and the snort of a big grey car which had at that instant come to a stop close by. Miss Blackburn was used to odd adventures, and prided herself on keeping cool, but she could not help giving an undignified jump as a man sprang out of the grey limousine and laid a hand on her arm. "What is in that bag and where are you taking it?" "I've a right to know," he said sharply. "I'm a friend of Miss Riley." Ellen grabbed at the door of her taxi. The man was about 30 or 32, she thought, certainly a gentleman and rather handsome. "I'm acting for Miss Riley," she resumed as sharply. "My name's Blackburn. CIO's in a hurry for me to do an EN, and if you're really her friend, you'd better let me get away while you look after her." The two eyed each other for an instant. "You are Miss Ellen Blackburn, the pearl stringer?" the man inquired. "The same," she answered. "Then go on her errand," he exclaimed. And while Ellen stared, he ran up the steps of the house where a companion had already rung the bell. Neither of the men looked again at her. Ellen waited for no more. To save delay and further suspense for Mrs. Sands, she drove straight to the Park Avenue house, in order to string the pearls there, for she had hastily collected her materials before starting. It was a blow to hear from the hall porter that the Sands had already left New York. She decided on going up to get further information. She even thought of sending a long-distance message to Beverly from her own flat, but the grim personality of Anna Schultz banished this idea at a glance. Ellen realized that if she asked to enter the apartment she would be regarded as a suspicious character. Important business with Mrs. Sands would take her to Newport immediately, she told Miss Schultz. If there were any letter or parcel to be sent she would carry it. Anna's reply to this offer was a stiff refusal, but Miss Blackburn had not reached the lift when the woman came after her. "I've just remembered, there's a telegram for Mrs. Sands' French maid. You might give her by hand if you're going to Newport today," she said, with a grudging air. "It will be quicker than posting." Anna Schultz slipped the envelope into Ellen's hand, and turned away without waiting for an answer. Having telephoned to the jewelers where she was employed, Ellen decided to string the pearls at home. She dared not dash off to Newport without seeing her mother, and arranging with a neighbor to stop in the house while she was gone. On second thoughts, she told herself that, for Mrs. Sands' own sake, it might be best not to risk a reassuring message of any sort in advance. Someone else might happen to receive it. She determined simply to work as fast as possible, and take the first train she could catch for Newport, with the restrung rope of pearls. Beverly dreaded the night-off dance more even than she had dreaded her mission, nearly a year ago, in Albuquerque. It seemed very long since she had been radiantly happy in the thought of this glorified cottage at Reset, Roger's present to her. She hated it now, and everything associated with it, the fuss of settling into the place, in a foolish hurry, though the Newport season had not yet begun, Roger's determination to begin with a house-party and a dance, his civil, quiet coldness to her, the strange look she caught in his eyes at times, the mystery of CIO's silence, which deepened day by day, fear of reprisals for loss of the papers, these things seemed harder to bear in Newport than at home in New York. Often Beverly wondered how long she would be sane. The Sands had brought with them a couple of friends, 2 others had joined them the day after, and half a dozen more had come since. Roger had engaged all the rooms in a small but delightful hotel for extra guests who would arrive for the dance and stay the night, and, in advance of the season as the housewarming was, word had gone out that the entertainment would be worth a long journey. The favors for the cotillion were said to have cost $10,000, and there was to be a surprise of some sort. Perhaps this was the reason why Mrs. Heron changed her mind, and John Heron wired to Roger that he and his wife would be pleased to come on from Narragansett, where they were spending a weekend for Heron's health. The invitation had been sent to the Herons by Roger's firmly expressed wish, but Beverly had not dreamed that it would be accepted. And, after all, they were both coming to the dance. This seemed ominous. It gave her one more fear for the dreaded night. Through the morning she still wildly hoped for news from Chloe. Even as the afternoon wore on she did not utterly despair, but at 6 o'clock, when Roger advised her and the other women staying in the house to rest till dressing time, she definitely gave up. For the first time since that Sunday night which marked the end of happiness, Roger slipped his hand under her arm in a friendly, familiar way. "Come along," he said. "I trot you up to your room and see that you lie down. I want you to look your best tonight, and you know dinner's at 8. You won't have more than an hour's nap. I suppose it'll take you at least an hour to dress." "Just about," Beverly answered, dully. She knew that she could not sleep, but she was worn out with the effort of keeping up before her guests. She expected Roger to leave her at the door of her room, which he had entered only when the house was being shown to friends, but to her surprise, almost alarm, he followed her in. She said that she would not ring yet for Leontine. She would unfasten her own frock and find her own dressing gown. "I'll draw the curtains for you," Roger suggested, in the coolly kind manner to which she had grown accustomed during the black fortnight. "One rests one's brain best in twilight. I'm sure you need rest. I never saw you so pale. I hope you're not worried about tonight." "Worried? Why should I be worried?" she echoed. "I'm sure everything will go well, aren't you?" "I hope so," he said, gravely. "You haven't shown me your new dress. I suppose it's come?" "Oh, yes," Beverly replied, convinced that it was not about the dress he thought or cared. "It came the day after we arrived." "Good. Then you'll be able to do full justice to the pearls." Beverly had the impulse to throw herself into her husband's arms and upon his mercy, but she would not, or could not, she hardly knew which. It seemed to her that he was being purposely cruel, and was deliberately testing, torturing her, to see how much she could bear and not break. Let him find out when the time comes, she thought, in sullen despair. Instead of confessing her trouble, she asked if he would like to see her new gown. "No," Roger said. "I'll wait till you're ready and I can see you in your glory, pearls and all." Beverly merely smiled an answer, and wondered what Roger thought of her smile. He drew the curtain, and led her to rest, asking at the door that she would promise to call him when she was dressed. "I want to have a good look at you before you go downstairs," he added as he went out. Adjoining Beverly's bedroom was a small room whose wall appeared to be composed entirely of mirrors. It was a glorified wardrobe with mirror doors, and light and ventilation came from above. Behind the mirror doors were deep closets, some of which were lined with cedar, others with sandalwood, and at the back of one was an ingeniously concealed safe. In this safe Mrs. Roger Sand's jewels had already been placed, and among them was the empty case which had contained the Queen's pearls. Beverly slid back the sandalwood panel, and opened the steel door behind it, which was manipulated by a miniature time lock. "Suppose I wear diamonds and emeralds," she thought, "and tell Roger they match better with my dress than the pearls, that I'll wear the pearls another time. But at the best this would only postpone the evil moment." She took off her dress of embroidered white organdie, and put on a robe de chamber. Then she dropped wearily down on a great, cushiony sofa, not to rest, but because she had nothing else to do. It was very still in her room, save for a far-off murmur of waves below the rocks. When she had remained thus for about 3/4 of an hour, she sprang up, her brain throbbing more feverishly, her body quivering more uncontrollably than when she had lain down. It was close upon 7 o'clock, and she rang for Leontine. Her hair had to be done, and the whole process of dressing would need quite an hour. "Daresay Mary Stuart took a lot of pains dressing to have her head cut off," she thought bitterly. Leontine came, and made ready her mistress's bath. She emptied a bottle of eau de cologne into the tepid water, but for once the refreshing scent failed to revive Beverly. She was like a creature in a dream as Leontine wound her long hair in bands round her head, a new fashion Roger had fallen in love with a few weeks ago, fastening it here and there with diamond pins. "Madame will be late if we are not careful," the Frenchwoman said. "Everything takes so long tonight." She laid on the floor at Beverly's feet a cloud of silver gauze, supple as chiffon. It was the new dress and Madame must step into it to avoid muffling her hair. Beverly obeyed, and when her arms had slid into the odd little jewelled sleeves, she let Leontine draw her gently in front of a mirror. "Madame is like a marvellous statue of ivory and silver," the maid exclaimed. "But she should have some colour." "If Madame, but no, it is too late." There is a knock. "It will be Monsieur." "Shall I open the door?" "Yes, open the door," Beverly echoed. Her voice sounded metallic and unnatural in her own ears. 36 We do things quickly over here. Is this heaven? Chloe wondered. No, you darling, it's not. It's our same poor old world, But it'll be near heaven if you'll get well and live for me, said Justin O'Reilly. Then it seemed to the girl that she heard a very odd, choking sound, and onto her half-parted lips fell a drop of something hot. She tasted this, and found it salt. You can't be crying," she mumbled. O'Reilly answered, crying with joy. "I don't remember doing it before, in joy or sorrow. Here goes another tear. Sorry. I couldn't help spilling it on you. Shan't happen again." O'Reilly's face was close to hers. She smiled up at him. Everything seemed strange except that he should call her darling. That, somehow, was not strange at all. Nor was it strange that his head should be bent over her upturned face. Yet he said it was the same poor old world. "Elle thought I was dead," she explained. "Elle thought so, too, for a minute, and it was the worst minute and the worst thought I ever had. But you're alive. And you're going to live. I tell you that on the doctor's authority. He and the nurse are having a confab in the next room. In fact, when we saw you coming to all right, after the anesthetic, a bullet had to come out over our poor little shoulder. I asked them to leave me alone with you. I wanted to be the first one your eyes saw. You're going to live for me, aren't you? Because I adore you, you know." "Elle no," the girl echoed, floating on a strange, bright wave of joy. "You know I adore you. Something told me it would come out like that," she said. "In those long days when I had to lie still in my room and listen to Kit and Chum, another voice, so different from theirs, seemed to say it in my ear. Your message for me in the newspaper, I was sure it was for me, put it into my head. I couldn't answer. But the message was the greatest comfort. I didn't feel alone, Aina, that. Precious one. You're a star heroine, and a martyr and a saint, and I don't know what not. But most of all, you are my life, my very life. I've had a big disappointment since I parted from you, lost a thing I'd wanted for years, lost it to Roger Sands. His revenge for, I hardly know what. Yet finding you and holding you like this shows me that nothing else matters. What's a house, anyhow, except this darling house not made with hands, your little body, house of your soul? When you know me better, could you learn to love me, do you think, if I try hard to teach you?" "Oh, but I do love you already," said Chloe, as a matter of course. "Even that first night, there was something about you, I hated to cheat and rob you the way I did. And it was wonderful hearing your voice in the telephone, in Peterson's dreadful room. It wasn't only that I hoped you'd help, it was because it was you, because you were different for me from anybody else, different even from Angel. Good Lord, I should hope so. And I've wanted you dreadfully ever since. That's why I thought it must be heaven when I woke up just now and saw you. You angel. How funny you should call me that. Oh, I've almost forgotten my poor Angel. I must get to her, somehow." Chloe looked around hastily, and realized that she was lying on a bed in a peculiarly unattractive room, and that O'Reilly was kneeling on the floor by the bedside. "How wicked of me to think more about you than her. If you mean Mrs. Sands, you shall go to her when you're able. Mrs. Sands is all right. You sent her something rather important by Miss Blackboom, the pearl stringer that you told me about that night in the taxi, and in Krantz Keller. I talked to the woman, and cursed myself afterward for stopping to speak, when I found you and saw how every instant had counted. I oughtn't to have waited even for a second. Oh, you couldn't have saved me if you'd come up without speaking to Ellen. The shot was fired before I threw out the bag with the pearls," Chloe broke in. "I'll remember now. Someone fired through the hole in the door. It was Chuff, I'm sure. It didn't hurt much. It was like a heavy blow, and I couldn't help dropping on my knees at the window. I felt weak and queer, but I called to Ellen. Then somebody picked me up, Kit, I think. I could hear them arguing what to do with me. Funny. I thought of you then, and that's the last I remember till now. Must have been in the house by that time, O'Reilly soothed her. I had come for you. I was sure you'd be where Kit was, because of the pearls. Denton and I had been twing to track Churn and Kit and Chuff, all the lot you told me about, ever since you turned me down, in Krantz Keller. Elle didn't turn you down. No, I don't mean that. You were a brave little soldier going into battle on your own. A soldier? No, I was only a mouse. Elle no. The lion's mouse. And to gnaw the net the lion was caught in, you had to stick your head into another lion's den. But some memoranda you'd picked up and left for us put Denton on the right trail. He doesn't need much of a pointer, that chap. He fairly jumped onto the track of a fellow named Isaacs, at least Isaacs is his alias, a man who's been suspected for a long time as a receiver of stolen goods, offence. When I got the tip that Kit and Churn were staying in the house where we were to spot Chuff, I was sure I had the clue to you. I wish to God we'd been 5 minutes earlier, but I think we weren't 5 minutes too late. If police eventually bring the crime home to Kit, that's improbable, Denton thinks. There's nothing to link up the Stowe with the name of Mrs. Sands. Oh, I'm not sure, breathed Chloe. Kit knows about her. She told Chum. She won't tell anyone else, you may depend on that. If she's accused of the murder, she won't confess to stealing somebody's pearls as her motive. She'll say that Peterson insulted her, and she feared him, some sob-sister stuff of that sort. She did complain to Churn that Pete was horrible to her, and that if Chum had been there to hear what he said, he'd have killed him quick. Chloe remembered. You see, she wanted to clear herself in the eyes of her best young man. How much more anxious she'd be to keep on the same line if it came to saving herself from the chair. You can make your mind easy about your friend Mrs. Sands. I won't say a word against her. You love her. You may be right, I may be wrong. I'm growing humble. I don't set my judgment against yours, even though I know some things about the lady which it's probable you don't know. But she's been good to you. That makes all the difference to me. She's to be saved from the consequences of things which you'll never hear from my lips. Saved she shall be if it depends at all on yours ever. But you've done so much that little more remains. Then you'll give her the papers. The papers you returned to me that Sunday night. It wasn't I who returned them. I don't know who did send them. It's the greatest mystery. But if you love me, you'll hand them back. O'Reilly looked grave. I love you, he said, more than I ever thought it was in me to love, though I had an idea it might go hard with me when my time came. But I gave the papers to Heron, whose property they were, and are. I was only keeping them for him because he had reason to think they weren't safe in his possession. John Heron. Chloe echoed. A thought had suddenly started out from the background of her mind, pushing in front of her fears for Beverly. Yes, of course, he's a friend of yours. But he's in worse danger than his papers ever were. From things they said, I believe Pete came east on purpose to kill him. Of course, there were the papers to get as well. But he wanted to kill John Heron. It was Chuff who ordered him to get the papers. Pete had some GNRDGE of his own against Mr. Heron, so he made a good cat's paw. When Pete was killed, Chuff had to find someone else to do the job. I don't know John Heron, and never saw him in my life, so there you're mistaken. O'Reilly broke in. Did you notice anyone coming out of a room next to my suite when you were letting yourself in with my key? Which you yes, cried Chloe. A beautiful woman in a black dress with gorgeous jewelry, and a tall man with reddish hair and beard and, oh, eyes. Great dark eyes that looked at me in a strange way. I felt them in my spine. That was the first time you saw John Heron, the man his enemies still call the Oil Trust King, though thanks to Roger Sands they daren't call him that out aloud. The second time must have been in Heron's own room. But you shall judge for yourself. He'd been downstairs with his wife. He went up to his rooms again for something, and in the hall outside his own door, which he'd just unlocked, he fell down in a sort of fainting fit. Well, putting two and two together, after you told me your adventure creeping along the ledge from my window to his, it occurred to me that there'd been just cause for the seizure. I didn't think Heron was the man to keel over in a faint, even for a thing like that. All the same, seeing that ghostly vision would account for his attack. Understand, said Chloe. Saw he was flabbergasted. But that first time at the door, when he was with his wife, he didn't look at me as if I were a stranger. It was as if he knew me, and almost fell over himself to see me again. That was the feeling I had, but I was a little excited. Most girls would have been corpses. Elle felt like a live coal. But we mustn't let the gang make a corpse of Mr. Heron, must we? Let's warn him. Where are we, anyhow? Same house you were in? Doctor said it wouldn't be safe to move you. We disinfected the best we could in a hurry, and he extracted the bullet from your poor little shoulder. Thank God, I was in time, or there might have been another bullet or two that couldn't be extracted. You're all right now, or we'll be with a little rest, and we'll get you into a nursing home. As for Heron, he and his wife have gone to Narragansett. That's close to Newport, you know, where Mrs. Sands is. Angel in Newport already. Then the pearls, but I told Ellen Blackburn to take them there if she had to. Do you think she will? Sure. She'll catch the first train. No. She won't do that. She thinks of her mother before everything. But the ball's not till tomorrow. Angel won't need the pearls till then. Oh, if I could be sure she'll get them. I can't rest till I'm sure. I must go to Newport. I must. When you're strong enough. I'm strong enough now. Is it late? Getting on toward evening? You were a long time coming to yourself. Presently the doctor will say whether you can be moved tonight to that nursing home. If I can be moved to a nursing home, I can be moved to Newport. Tell the doctor I shall burst if Elle can't go. You may tell him yourself. Elle must go. I must know if all goes right with the pearls. I must know if it's better or worse for Angel that Stephen's dead. Stephen's dead. Yes. Did you know him? Elle know of him? He is, why don't tell me. She mightn't want me to hear. I haven't heard anything except that Kit and Chum talked about his having died, and said Angel had been cheated. By Jove, I begin to see light. Now you see why I must go to her? And you've forgotten maybe what I told you about Mr. Heron? If he's near Newport, I took here, darling, if the doctor says you can be taken there tomorrow, oh, in time to arrive before the famous ball, let's say in a comfortable motor car, travelling slowly, banked up on cushions, will you go as my wife? Chloe stared as if O'Reilly had broken into some strange language which he expected her to understand. Your wife? Well, don't you expect to marry me? That's what happens when a girl and a man love each other. Oh, someday, if you're sure you really want an ignorant little girl like me, brought up in an orphan asylum, who's worked in a shop and hasn't a penny in the world, except $1 or $2 left of Mrs. Sands' money. A long time from now, when you've thought about it, I've thought of nothing else since we met and parted, and I realized that you were my life and soul. If you can make up your mind to someday, it might just as well be tomorrow. Don't you want to console me for the loss of the only other thing, besides you, I've ever wanted with all my heart? You do if you love me. The dear old house that was my father's. You know, when you sent up your name at the Diets as Miss O'Reilly, I believed you were my cranky cousin Teresa, come to tell me she'd changed her mind about selling the house. Why, you owe it to me, if you care, to make up for that. Your Angel's husband has bribed Teresa to sell to him. The place has passed away from me forever. But if you'll marry me tonight I shan't care. In the joy of being husband and nurse to the bravest and dearest mouse in the world I'll forget everything and be the happiest man on God's earth. People don't get married at a few hours' notice. Don't they? How long have you lived in the United States, my Irish colleen? Months. Over a year. But I never discussed marriage. I'm jolly glad you didn't. But you'll hear of nothing else till the knot's tied. We do things quickly over here. Then the door opened, and the doctor came in. 37. The telegram. Roger Sands had hardly known himself for many days. His wife had read him aright. At times he was purposely cruel. At times he did wish to see how much she could bear and not break. Yet if she had broken, he felt that he could not have helped seizing her in his arms and forgiving her. While he dressed that night he hoped that she would send for him, or come to him, and confess that the pearls were gone, that she had given them to O'Reilly, whom she had once loved, and whom she loved no more. But she neither sent nor came. She was bluffing it out to the last. He might have known she would do that, although he had taken her to her room to give her one more chance to repent. At 7:30 he was ready, but he waited quietly 10 minutes. Then he went to his door, meaning, as he said to himself roughly, to get the thing over. But he paused with his hand on the knob. He thought that he heard a woman's voice saying, "May I come in?" His muttered comment upon one of his and Beverly's guests, whom he supposed the intruder to be, was far from flattering. Perhaps, however, it would be well not to find his wife alone. He would give Beverly a few minutes more, to be sure that her dress was on, before he went to intone the chorus of mutual admiration, but no woman's presence should prevent him from asking the question he meant to. "Are your pearls?" At exactly 8:08 Roger ceased his restless tramp up and down the room, and stopped again at the door. Before he could open it, however, there was a light tap, a tap like Beverly's in happier days. Can she mean, after all, to tell me the TMTH, he wondered, and he heard his voice saying mechanically, "Come in." Beverly came in. Roger's room was full of light, and as his wife entered she faced it. She glittered from head to foot like an ice maiden under a blazing sun. She wore a wreath of diamond roses, round her waist was a girdle of diamonds with long tasselled ends, on her white satin shoes were diamond buckles, and over her bare, white neck, her young gauze enfolded bosom, hung the rope of the Queen's pearls. "Thought you were coming in to see me dressed," she said calmly. "Did you forget?" For answer Roger stared. He stepped back into the room, and let Beverly shut the door. She stood before him smiling, though, if he had analyzed her smile, he would have said that it was sad. "How do you think I look?" she asked, when he did not speak. "Hope you're not disappointed. You have had those pearls coppered," he flung at her. Beverly blushed bright crimson. She understood instantly what he meant and thought, but she had not gone through tortures and been relieved at the last moment to be beaten down now. "What do you mean?" she asked, her eyes steady, her head up. "You thought I didn't know. But I have known from the first. I found out by accident. I always hoped you'd someday tell me the TNRTH. This is a cowardly thing you've done." Beverly was again ivory pale. "Are you a judge of pearls, Roger?" she coldly inquired. "Yes," he said. She lifted the rope over her head and thrust it, against his will, into his hands. "Make any test you wish, and decide whether these are the pearls you gave me or an imitation." Hardly knowing what he did, he walked to a table, on which stood a tall lamp that gave a brilliant light. Beverly watched him. There was no emotion whatever on her face. After a moment he spoke. "These are genuine pearls," he admitted, after a heavy silence. "And I have reason to believe from certain marks that they are the pearls I bought for you, the Queen's pearls. If you give me your word, that since I put them into your hands you did not part with them to Justin O'Reilly, as I have believed, I will beg your forgiveness on the knees of my soul. I will confess to you, as I once expected you to confess to me. Hush! There's someone at the door. Beverly cut him short. It was Leontine who knocked, and paused on the threshold. Will Madam have the kindness to step into the hall, she asked. As her mistress moved toward her, she retired, and it was not until they both stood at some distance from the door that the Frenchwoman spoke. Beg Madam's pardon for disturbing her, she apologized, but I dare not delay. The lady, Miss Blackburn, if that is her name, was about to start back to town, but remembered a commission she had been given at the apartment, to bring a telegram for me. I opened it, to find that for me there is no sense. I know no Stephen, but, Stephen. Beverly gasped the name, and snatched from the woman's hand an open telegram she held. She read it, and then without a word or cry, collapsed in a dead faint. With a shriek of fear Leontine tried to catch the swaying figure, but the best she could do was to break the fall. When Roger reached the door it was to find Beverly in a white heap on the floor with the Frenchwoman kneeling by her side. He caught his wife up, and, carrying her back into his room, laid her on the bed. "Let everybody be told that dinner will be delayed half an hour," he said, and shut the door in Leontine's face. She snatched the dropped telegram and whisked off to obey the master's command. 38 Who is Stephen? As Roger stood looking down at Beverly she opened her eyes. "Stephen is dead," she muttered. "Stephen is dead." "Who is Stephen?" Roger asked shortly. "Oh, Roger," she appealed to him, breaking into sobs. "My poor Stephen. I shall never see him again. All my sacrifices, in vain." "Who is Stephen?" Roger repeated. She held up her arms, without answering his questions. "Roger, comfort me," she wept. "And for all his life, no matter how many years he may live, Roger Sands will be glad that he did not hold back from Beverly then." Without another word he clasped her tightly, while she cried against his cheek. Both had forgotten that there were guests, that this was the big night which all the newspapers were talking about, that already dinner was late, and people wondering, that the ball was to begin at 10:30, and that the Russian dancers who were to open it, as the great surprise, would soon be in the house. When Beverly had sobbed until exhaustion came, she spoke, in a tiny voice, like that of a tired little girl, "Because Stephen is safe, I can tell you everything now. Will you listen, Roger, until the end, whether you can forgive me or no?" "Yes," Roger answered. "But just this before you begin. I love you so much, Beverly, that if there's something to forgive it's forgiven already. Stephen was my brother," she said, "the one person who belonged to me after father died. Mother I don't remember. She came of a high Russian family who were sent to Siberia as political prisoners. She was only 16, and father saved her by making her his wife. I was named Olga after her. But for that dreadful Jaume from Albuquerque I had to have some name that wouldn't give me away when my ticket was bought. Stephen and I were called Bevan, because father used that name for his business in Russia, but his own name was Beverly. For travelling that day I was Miss B. White. Once I'd told you I was Beverly, I had always to be Beverly for you. Stephen, or Stefan, his Russian name, and I, were bomb in Russia, where father superintended an immense tract of oil wells for Mr. Heron. When my father was killed in an explosion, I was 14 and Stephen 12, Mr. Heron felt it his duty to look after our future. He had just married at that time. You must know Mrs. Heron well enough to understand that she wouldn't like to have two half-grown-up children thrust upon her. Why, she used to be jealous even of her husband's first wife, an Irish girl, who died years and years ago, in Ireland. It seems Mr. Heron hadn't told her about his old love story. She came across a picture of him taken with the girl, and some letters from people Mr. Heron had employed to search for his wife, whom he had quarrelled with and left. I was staying at their house when Dolores discovered the photograph and letters. She rushed into the room where I was with Mr. Heron. He had to seize her hands to keep her from tearing the picture in pieces, and he held them while he told her his sad story. He'd been visiting Ireland, it seemed, years before, and met a girl, then poor but very lovely, and married her when they'd known each other a few weeks. It seemed the girl had been engaged to someone else, and that someone took a cruel revenge on Heron. By a plot which he confessed afterward when it was too late, he made it appear that the girl had been his mistress. The evidence was so strong Heron could hardly help believing, so he came back to America and tried to forget. Years after, the other man, dying of typhoid, confessed to a priest that he had lied and forged letters. The priest wrote to Heron. But the poor, deserted girl was dead, and all that Heron could glean when he dashed back to Ireland to find her was that a baby girl had been born a few months after he left his wife. He tried for years to trace the child, but could not. And it was only after he'd given up all hope that he married Dolores Moreno. I think Mr. Heron felt tender over us children because of his lost little one. After leaving us in Russia at school for a while, and a year in England, to learn the language better than we knew it, another year in France and another in Italy, in families whom he paid to educate and take care of us, he must have had a longing to see what we were like. He and Dolores, his wife, came abroad, and brought us back to America with them, much against Dolores' will, I know. I was nearly 18, and I realized the first minute we met that Dolores was going to hate me. We went straight to a house near Albuquerque, which belongs to Mrs. Heron. Her brother Louis always lived there. He was an invalid, you know, about a year younger than Dolores, something wrong with his health, and almost a hunchback, but oh, what a handsome face. When he took a violent fancy to me, her one thought was to get me out of his way. Louis had money of his own. He was rich, and I suppose Dolores was afraid I might try to marry him, as I hadn't a penny. It was bad enough for her that Mr. Heron should have a tenderness for me, because of his lost child, but that Louis should love me was more than she could stand. I was sent to a boarding school, and when I was 20 I began to teach. Dolores didn't like Stephen, either. She GNLDGED every penny her husband spent for us. Mr. Heron used his influence, and got Stephen work in Los Angeles as a reporter on a newspaper, when he was only 18. He was tall and handsome, and could pass for 2 years older at least. I was very unhappy at this time, for I'd begun to worry about Stephen. I was sure he was keeping some secret from me. But I found out nothing till the crash came. Oh, Roger, it was horrible. He'd fallen under the influence of those anarchists, those dynamiters, who had been terrorizing all America for years. They'd persuaded him that they were noble reformers. Poor Stephen was a useful tool. He never did any of the dynamiting with his own hands, but he used to make bombs, and carry them from place to place, and take letters it wasn't thought safe to send through the post. It was the blowing up of the TMES buildings in Los Angeles and all those innocent men being killed that sickened him, he confessed afterward, when at last he opened his heart to me. But he was too deep in to free himself. It's now 2 years ago that the break happened, and all our life collapsed, Stephen's and mine. Some of the old lot he'd worked with were left, men who had managed to keep clear and never be suspected when William Burns, the detective, was fighting the McNamara's and their gang. Only 1 or 2 who'd been under suspicion wriggled out from Burns' clutches. A man named Karl Schmelzer was the cleverest. He went abroad, and was supposed to die in Germany, but he didn't die. By that time they were engaged in new enterprises, as the old ones were too risky, but they always pretended to be working for labor against capital. John Heron was their target 2 years ago. The war was that he was the master, a tyrant, a plutocrat, ruthlessly crushing the weak. The comrades knew our history, Stephen's and mine, and they tried to inflame Stephen against Mr. Heron because he'd failed to do for us what our father's services and death merited. But they made a big mistake when they ordered my brother to dynamite a railway bridge, just as a train with Heron's private car was due to pass over it. He refused, and threatened to warn Heron unless they abandoned all their schemes against him. That gave the gang a fearful fright. They thought their one chance of safety was to suppress Stephen. A friend of his who lived at Home Colony warned him that there was a plot to kill him. He came straight to me and told me the whole story. Neither of us had much hope. We thought the comrades were sure to get him in the end. Then a wonderful thing happened. The train Stephen took, after his visit to me, was wrecked. Everybody in the car with Stephen was killed except himself. An idea came to Stephen. He put a silver cigarette case with his name on it into the pocket of a man burnt past recognition, a man of about his own size. Then he crept away and hid for many days. When he hoped it might be fairly safe, he wrote to me, knowing I mourned for him as dead. He asked if I'd risk going with him to Russia to begin a new life there under another name. Of course I said yes. Il left the school, and some jewelry I had kept us going for a while till there was a ship we could take for Japan, and so get back to Russia. We'd have to sail from San Francisco, so presently we went to Oakland, traveling at night by local trains. We hoped in that way we should not be seen by anyone we knew. Whether someone did see us or not, I can't tell. Anyhow, from the day Stephen left me to buy our cabins on the ship I've never seen him again. He was kidnapped by the gang, and then began my martyrdom. They gave me a week of suspense. Then I got a letter. It told me that Stephen had been caught and would be punished by death for his treachery unless I'd agree to buy his life. I was warned that if I went to the police, it would be known to them, and Stephen instantly killed. If I consented to bargain I must put a personal in a San Francisco paper, saying Steve's sister says yes. In that case an appointment would be made with a man who would tell me what to do to save Stephen. Of course, I obeyed. Next day the same paper told Steve's sister where to go for instructions, and at what time. I think the man who met me must have been Schmelzer himself, just back from Europe. He had the authoritative manner Stephen had spoken of, and a great deal of gesture. He didn't give himself any name then, but afterward I knew him as Cheffensky. To save my brother I had only to get a bundle of papers which were in the possession of John Heron. They were at Albuquerque in Mrs. Heron's house. Heron kept them there because he believed no one would suspect, but a spy the comrades had hired to act as a gardener there overheard a conversation, and knew the hiding place. Unfortunately he couldn't put his hand on the papers without killing a man to get at them. For me, it would be simple, because Louis Moreno was in love with me. Louis had charge of the papers, and would let me see them if I treated him the right way. How Cheffensky found out about Louis and me I never heard, perhaps from Stephen. I was given a day to think the matter over. Then there was to be another meeting in the same place. When I went to the rendezvous for the second time, it was in a park. I hadn't made up my mind. But, oh, Roger, the wretch showed me a snapshot of Stephen in a room, with a rope round his neck, standing on tiptoe. The rope was fastened to a ring in the ceiling, where a chandelier had been. If Stephen had dropped from fatigue he would have choked to death. 6 hours a day of this medicine, Cheffensky said, till you've handed us the papers we want. Elle promised to go to Albuquerque and get them. The papers were I wasn't told. Afterward I heard more about them, from Louis himself. The day of the second meeting in the park I was given directions what to do, but they were changed in a hurry. The comrades got warning to clear out and go east as quick as they could. A telegram reached me only a few hours before I was to start for Albuquerque. It said, "Delay Jaume." Writing and a letter came the same night to the quiet little boarding house where I stayed. My brother had been taken east, where I should meet him when I handed over the papers. I was told what train to take to Albuquerque, and what train to leave in, the Santa Fe Limited. I was to find reservations on board for Miss B. White. At Chicago I was to get out of the train and find a man waiting for me. You know all about that, and what happened? There was money in the letter of instructions, enough to see me through to Chicago, otherwise I couldn't have started. What I had was almost all gone. Oh, I can hardly bear to think of that day, and what I went through, before I met you. Don't think of it, don't go on if you'd rather not, Roger begged. But Beverly wished to go on. There was one thing the comrades hadn't calculated upon, she said, and that was that the Herons would be at Albuquerque. When the plan was made, the Herons were at Los Angeles, and expecting to stay there. You must have been with them, just after the great case was decided in John Heron's favor, thanks to you. But Louis had been seized with one of his heart attacks, he had angina pectoris, and had wired for his sister. Dolores didn't wish to travel without her husband, so both decided to go. As for Justin O'Reilly, it was at Albuquerque I first saw him. It came out that he was taking a short holiday in California, and I heard talk about his visiting some place where he and his father had lived. I had the impression of his being a California man. Mr. Heron had helped O'Reilly to get into Congress. They weren't intimate, though I believe they are distantly related, but Mr. Heron wanted to see him before he went east, and wired for O'Reilly to meet them at Albuquerque. When I arrived, expecting to find only Louis in the house, they were all there. It was a shock and a blow to me to see the Herons. I'd meant to lie, and tell Louis I'd come to him because I'd changed my mind, and liked him better than I thought. But to account for my sudden appearance, uninvited, to Dolores, who hated me, was another matter. She and her husband supposed I was living quietly at school, mourning for my dead brother. I had to make up a story quickly. I said that I'd lost my position, and hoped they would put me up at Albuquerque until I could get another. They couldn't turn me out that night. And Louis was fairly well again by that time. He was very glad to see me. I made the most of his welcome, for Stephen's sake. You see, I had to succeed. I wrote a note, and slipped it into Louis' hand. In it I hinted that I had something very particular to say to him. He must go to his own rooms as soon as he could, he had a whole suite to himself which he could shut off from the rest of the house. It was on the ground floor. I said I would go to him there. Now comes the most terrible part of my story. Roger, you may hate me when you've heard the rest. I went to Louis' room. He let me in. I told him that I had changed my mind. I would marry him if he wanted me to, but only on one condition. I said I'd heard from friends of Stephen's that Mr. Heron was keeping documents which concerned our dead father, that they were with other private papers, in the Albuquerque house, and in Louis' charge. If he would give the whole bundle to me to look over, and choose what I wished to take away, I'd be his wife whenever he wanted me. He tried to seize me in his arms, but I threatened to go away at once unless he kept quiet, and did as I told him. There was a packet of papers, he admitted, but he vowed to me that they were only business papers. They were compromising to John Heron, and would do him immense harm, worse than ever, now that he'd just come successfully through the Cowns, if they passed into enemy hands. I insisted that there must be something about my father. There could be no mistake, and unless Louis would let me look, I'd never marry him. He still objected, arguing that all the things were in one envelope, sealed with 3 seals, which must not be broken, or his sister and her husband would never forgive him. I here went to his desk, we were in his sitting room, and showed me a secret drawer between 2 other drawers. He took out an envelope, you've seen it. TITW to cut off the seals with a sharp knife, he said, and I can stick them on again. While he spoke, he began looking for the knife he wanted, and I snatched at the envelope. But his fingers closed down on it. He laughed in my face. So that's your game, he said. I'm not so soft as you thought. But I stntggled with him. I was strong, he was an invalid. He'd just been ill. When he realized that I was more than his match, his face looked like a devil's. I shall never forget it. You'll pay for this, he screamed at the top of his voice, an awful scream, help. Murder. Overhead was what they called the living room. I knew he would be heard, people would come. I wrenched the envelope from him, and ran for the window. I dared not go to the door, I should meet someone and be caught. Louis grabbed my dress, shouting murder. Then I seemed to go mad. I gave him a push, and he fell over a chair, and lay quite still. I rushed to the door, locked it, and took the key, to make a few minutes delay. Then I jumped out of the window, I told you Louis' rooms were on the ground floor, and ran very fast. I won't stop now to tell you the adventures I had before I managed to dash into the Albuquerque railway station, at the last minute, after the train was in. Once in the train when I didn't see Louis, or Mr. Heron's secretary, or anyone I expected to follow me, I began to hope that some other trail had been followed. It would have seemed more likely that I'd go back west, where I had friends, than travel east where I was a stranger. You promised to stand by me. Then you met Justin O'Reilly. I didn't dream Louis was dead. It was a week later, when you and I were married, that I saw in a newspaper about the beautiful Mrs. John Heron losing her brother suddenly, from heart disease. A date was mentioned, the night I took the envelope. Oh, Roger, I felt that I was guilty of his death. Even to save Stephen I could not have killed him. Do you think me a murderess? If you do, just let me go from your arms, and I shall understand. You needn't tell me in words. Roger held her closer. No, my darling, he said, you're not a murderess. You didn't kill Louis Moreno. He couldn't have lived many weeks. The doctor had warned John Heron. I love you more than ever for what you've gone through. It's you who should hate me for my cruelty and my beastly suspicion. But there were some things that tried me rather hard. Why didn't you tell me this so long ago? Surely you could have trusted me to keep your secret. Yes, I could have trusted you, even though it was Stephen's secret more than mine. But I had taken a double oath not to tell. First, I'd promised Stephen himself when he came back from the dead, never to give any hint of the truth. Later, when he was kidnapped, I was obliged to swear another oath, on the memory of our dead parents, and my love for my brother, that I wouldn't betray Chefinsky and his comrades. Now it's different. They have betrayed me. Stephen is dead. Such a girl as Chloe Riley wouldn't have sent this message unless she knew for certain. He must have died just before that dreadful Sunday when all our unhappiness, yours and mine, began, Roger. To keep their hold over me, those men would have done all they could to save him till they had the papers they wanted to use, and Lynn John Heron. Soon after you brought me to New York they found out about our marriage, and put personals in the newspapers headed like those others in California, Steve's sister. They knew, of course, that their man, who should have met me in Chicago, had been prevented from coming, imprisoned on a charge which they called a frame-up, but I believe he must have picked someone's pocket and been arrested in the railway station. They still had power over me, although I was your wife, but I had power over them, too, because I'd got the papers they wanted. I answered the messages, and refused to give up what I had unless my brother fetched it. I hoped that would bring him. But he only wrote a sham letter. He said that he was safe for the time being, and was treated kindly. He would come when he could. Meanwhile, I must keep the papers and the secret, and wait. I felt relieved after that. I dared to let myself be happy. Then, that Sunday, when Chloe and I went out in the motor, a man was waiting for me in the street. He made me understand that he came from Stephen. His name was Peterson. He said the comrades had changed their minds. They wouldn't let Stephen come to me. I must send the papers that night or my brother would die. When I asked the reason for the change, Peterson pretended not to know. Now, I understand at last. Stephen was dead already. Chefinsky and the others had at last lost their hold over me and dared not wait longer. I sent the envelope to Peterson by Chloe, to the Westmoreland Hotel. Yes, the man who was murdered. That has been another honor for me. It was when I was taking the envelope to Chloe, in the car, that I broke the rope of pearls, and dared not even stop to pick them up. I hoped that Stephen was saved, thanks to Chloe, but, Roger, it was not the same envelope you took care of for me in the train. It had been changed. Inside, when Peterson opened it before Chloe, he found only blank paper, writing paper of the Santa Fe Limited train. Chloe puzzled the mystery out, and explained what might have happened when you and I left the train in Chicago. What must have happened? A clever trick of Justin O'Reilly's, working for the Herons. Justin O'Reilly. Damn him! Roger broke out, but Beverly covered his lips with her hand. No. He wasn't to blame. He must have thought me a monster of ingratitude and treachery to the Herons. The moment they saw the secret drawer open, they would all have guessed that I'd stolen the sealed envelope. It was the only thing kept there. If John Heron told O'Reilly what the contents were, he must have supposed I meant to make money by blackmailing. The reason the Herons were silent and left me alone was that O'Reilly had managed to have you robbed of the envelope, at Chicago, where it was changed for another just like it, given him by Dolores, with her seal and gold wax. So they were safe. O'Reilly kept the right envelope, and it was safer with him than at Albuquerque. But they could never be sure whether you were in the affair with me or not. So, I have lost you the Heron's friendship. As if I cared. And Justin O'Reilly has doubted you, and detested me. But he has been splendid to Chloe, who went to his hotel and stole the real envelope out of his private safe and brought it here. So that was it, said Roger. And in your boudoir I found the envelope addressed to him at his bank, and sent it back to the Diets that night. Roger. It was you. Yes. You are not the only one with a confession to make. There are many things I don't want a confession from you, she broke in. Whatever you did was right. Even before you told me, I felt you knew about the pearls being gone, though I knew I ought to have trusted you. I ought to have trusted you when I heard you telephone O'Reilly, so you did hear. I was sure of it. I telephoned about Chloe. He was helping her, and so, indirectly, helping me, though I'd seen him only when he brought her here that Sunday night, after she'd been to his hotel. Oh, Roger, you don't know what that child has done for me. Not only did she get back the envelope, and now the pearls, which Peterson stole, but she has gone through an ordeal terrible enough to kill most women, or drive them mad, that delicate girl. She may be in danger still, for she dropped the pearls in a bag out of a window in a shabby boarding house where she has been watching a thief. Miss Blackburn has just told me. My one comfort is that a man, answering Justin O'Reilly's description, got out of a motor car in front of the house, as Miss Blackburn came away. Chloe tricked O'Reilly. And stole from him, and yet, I think she bewitched him. I think he'd risk his life to keep her from harm. I pray that he may bring her here, safe and sound. He's not likely to come to my house, Roger said. I've just caused him the greatest disappointment of his life. I wanted to hurt him, and I found a way. By this time he must know what I've done. There's an old mansion in Gramercy Square built by O'Reilly's great-great-grandfather. Years ago there was a forced sale, and ever since Justin O'Reilly was a boy he has wanted to buy the house back. I have bought it. But I wish to heaven he would fall in love with this Chloe of yours and marry her. I'd give them the deed of sale as a wedding present. Roger had sprung up, released by Beverly, and almost shouted the words of his inspiration. he had forgotten everything and everybody in the world except his wife, the girl who had helped her, and his own late enemy, whom he would now gladly welcome as his dearest friend. A knock brought him back to realities with a stall, yet he felt half-dazed as he opened the door, to face Leontine. "The butler begged of me to come," said the Frenchwoman. "Is it the wish of Monsieur and Madame that dinner be still longer delayed?" Roger turned and looked at Beverly, his hand on the door. "What shall we say?" he asked. "Shall I go down without you? Shall I explain that you've a headache?" "No," Beverly answered. She stood up, tall and very beautiful, though deadly pale. "Have no headache. I am quite well. Leontine, tell Johnson dinner may be served." 39 On the road to Newport. Through the blue dusk of the June night a big grey limousine car bowled smoothly over the velvet road surface, with the moon overhead, and the sea making distant music. Turning a corner with a swing, the limousine came upon another car, stationary and in trouble. A man in evening dress was holding an electric lamp for the chauffeur to peer under the bonnet, and standing beside him was a woman in black, wearing a filmy purple cloak. "Want any help?" O'Reilly called from the window, while his chauffeur slowed down. "No, thank you. We'll soon be all right," answered the man with the lamp. The light shone on his face, which was strange to O'Reilly, and on that of the woman, which, to his surprise, was familiar. "You can go on," he said to his chauffeur, in a low voice. "Why, Mr. O'Reilly, it was Mrs. Heron," Chloe cried, sinking back reluctantly upon her comfortably rigged-up bed, after a long stare through the window. "N.L.R. O'Reilly indeed. Don't you realize I'm your husband?" Justin laughed at her. "I'd forgotten," said Chloe. "It's only since this morning, and we've had so many things to think of. I've thought of nothing but you. You seem to have thought of nothing but your angel, and these herons." "It's the herons I'm thinking of now," Chloe confessed. "Why did you tell the man to go on?" "Why, I like old John Heron, but I'm not a spoil sport." "What do you mean?" "I'm wondering if Mrs. Heron and that chap are on their way to the Sands ball. If Heron doesn't mind letting them enjoy each other's company, why should I butt in?" "Mr. Heron was in the car," Chloe insisted gravely. "It was dark inside, but I saw his face at the window." "You must have sharp eyes," said Justin. "The window looked black as a pocket to me." "You think I imagined it?" "But I'm sure." "Oh, do let's go back and warn him. I have a presentiment that if we don't, it will be too late." "Whatever you feel as if you must do shall be done," said Justin, with a tenderness in his voice of which few people would have believed him capable. "The doctor humoured you, and told me to, so here goes." He called through the speaking tube, and directed the chauffeur to turn. "Go back till you get within a few yards of that auto we passed hung up on the road," he added. "And to Chloe, astonishing the interest you take in the herons," he teased. "Not in them. In him. I don't think I like Mrs. Heron," she explained. "You've worried about him ever since you came to yourself yesterday. But then, I'm used to John Heron's life being threatened. It used to happen about once a week. And he's alive to this day." "I'll feel awfully responsible," said Chloe. "You see, I heard Kit and Churn talking of the plot, and saying that Chuff was sure to have found someone else, after Pete died. "Il tried to get Heron 3 times on long distance yesterday," said O'Reilly, "and when he was always out, I wired. You couldn't explain clearly in the telegram. If you really saw him in the car, he's all right, up to date. There it is, still stranded. We shall soon know. Will you get out and talk to him seriously?" Chloe urged. "Yes. If it's he and not his ghost you saw. I'll get him to walk along the road with me, out of earshot from his wife." The grey limousine slowed, and carefully stopped. The chauffeur had been told that, for his life, he must not let the car jolt or jerk. Justin kissed his bride of a few hours goodbye for a few minutes, and jumped out. While Chloe kissed her hand, almost timidly, because Justin had kissed it, Justin himself walked onto the other car. "You," exclaimed Dolores Heron. "So it was you in the limousine that hailed us? Funny I didn't recognize your voice, but the chauffeur's tinkering made such a noise." O'Reilly was about to ask for Heron when Dolores introduced him to Mr. Hammersley Fisher. "He's our host at Narragansett, and is taking us over to Roger Sands," she said. "Jack's in the car, very bored. I believe he's gone to sleep." "No, he hasn't," Heron's voice answered rather testily, for he secretly disliked Dolores' habit of calling him Jack. "He's only waiting for a chance to speak." O'Reilly went to the window of the car, and shook hands with his friends. "It's not possible that you're going to the Sands," Heron said. "Elle should have made the same remark about you a few days ago," retorted O'Reilly. "But, circumstances have altered cases with us both." "Wife is the circumstance that has altered my case," Heron replied, in the tone of a man with a grievance. "So is mine," returned Justin, in a purposely subdued tone. "You're, what?" "My wife. But let's take a walk. Your friend's auto won't be ready to move for some time, I should judge." The elder man, who had been feeling ill and tired, sprang out of the car with a sudden increase of liveliness. Dolores and Hammersley Fisher stood with their backs to the two men. Heron's wife turned for a glance, but let them walk away without a question. She was flirting with her host. Dolores was saying to Hammersley Fisher, "Elle disliked Mrs. Roger Sands intensely. I wouldn't dream of going to her house if her husband hadn't at one time done quite a service, legally, I mean, to mine. I don't often talk like this about people I'm going to visit. But if I could tell you the things that woman has done, you wouldn't blame me." To O'Reilly, Heron was repeating, as they walked along, "Your wife, did you say, did say. But before I go on, I've a question or so to ask. You got my wire, advising you to be careful, and hinting that some of the old lot had bobbed up along your lifeline?" "Yes. We were out all the afternoon. I found the wire this evening when we got back to Hammersley Fisher's place to dress for this show at Roger Sands. Now will you tell me, Elle, I'll tell you this, that my opinion of Mrs. Roger Sands has changed? You shall hear why presently. I rather think it will give you pleasure to change yours, when you can conscientiously. As for Sands himself, I've learned that we have both done him an injustice in regard to those papers." "How have you learned all this?" "I from the same person who wished me to put you on your guard, made me call you up at Narragansett, and wire when I couldn't reach you by phone." "Who is this person?" "My wife. And if you want to know who she is—" "I most certainly do. I could introduce you to her in about 2 minutes if I weren't afraid of her giving you another shock." "Another shock? As she did on the Sunday night at our hotel when you had your little attack." "Heron, I've married that girl, the most wonderful girl in the world." Heron stopped short. "That girl, you have married that girl?" "Yes," said Justin, "Elle married her this morning. So, if you'd been inclined to forbid the banns, you're too late." For an instant Heron did not speak. But when words came, he seemed to fling them at his friend. "You're not joking when you say that, O'Reilly. You have a meaning. What's in your mind?" "Perhaps, the same thing that's in yours, Heron. Speak out plainly." "I'm not prepared to do that without encouragement. You and I are both of Irish blood, Heron, so you know as well as I do that imagination gets out of hand now and then with us Celtic folk. We generally flatter ourselves it's second sight, whereas it may be just nothing at all. I'll give you leave to speak. Long ago, when I first knew you, while my father was still alive, and before down and ill, my father thought we could do you good. One day you spoke rather frankly about a certain incident in your past. Never since have we mentioned that conversation, and I never expected to do so again. Yesterday I heard the story of another incident which matched it about as perfectly as two bits of a broken coin can join together. This second incident concerned two Irish girls. The first died years ago. The second is my wife. And the first was mine. I was wondering. You see, that collapse of yours on Sunday night wasn't like you, in the normal course of things. It had to be accounted for, and so the girl told you. She told me that she'd met outside my door a tall man with red hair and beard, and extraordinary eyes that pierced her through and through. She told me that, after she'd walked onto a stone ledge from my window to yours, and climbed in there, why great heavens! Elle mentioned that she was the most wonderful girl in the world. You'll hear the story someday. She didn't know who you were, then. When she learned your name, although she wasn't conscious of having heard it in the past, it affected her strangely. She seemed to associate it with wakeful nights in her early childhood, and the sound of a woman's sobs in the dark. Don't, Justin. I can't stand any more, now. The sight of her face that Sunday at the Diets, the ghostliness of her, in my locked room, I thought I was haunted. Would you like to see her again, and judge for yourself whether I take me to her? Heron broke in. They started on again toward the grey limousine drawn up at the roadside only a few yards away, but before they had gone a dozen steps Heron stopped O'Reilly once more. Does she know? He asked abruptly. I have said nothing to her, Justin assured him. She cannot know. Yet I think, what one would call her subconscious self is aware of a tie between you and herself. She's Celtic, too. She hasn't been able to rest since she learned, in a way you shall hear about later, that your life was threatened. I'm certain that something above fate has brought us three together on the road tonight. I didn't see you in the car. She saw you. She made me turn back. Without another word Heron began to walk very fast. Justin kept at his side, but did not speak until they had nearly reached the car which contained Chloe. Then he warned Heron hastily that the girl had had an accident. That is, he corrected himself, dryly, Ash was shot by the leader of the band that's after you. If you want to tell her here and now what you think you are to each other, I don't forbid it. Happy news seldom hurts. By the by, she explained to me that she came over to America because she thought the States looked small on the map, and she might meet her American father. Go gently with her, that's all I ask. You give me leave to talk to her, as I wish. Yes. But, what about Mrs. Heron? Is she? Later, I must tell her. Tonight I want it to rest between ourselves. But, O'Reilly, I can't go on with my wife and that fellow, Hammersley Fisher, to the sands, after this. What am I to do? Think for me. I can think only of one thing. When I've introduced you to my wife, each time O'Reilly spoke those two words it was with tenderness and pride, I'll go back to Hammersley Fisher's car and suggest that he take Mrs. Heron on, while we follow later, if you like. For heaven's sake, do. They had reached the grey limousine. Justin opened the door. Chloe, here is my old friend, John Heron, come to see you, he announced. Chloe. Her name's not Clodagh, is it? The question leapt from Heron's lips. It was one of my mother's names, Mr. Heron. And your voice is her voice, he exclaimed. Your face is her face. He had not meant to begin in this way, but the moment was too big for him when Chloe switched on an electric lamp, and the light framed her in silver. Justin silently moved away, leaving the two to make acquaintance as fate led. Next morning the newspapers all over the country were headlined with a new sensation. Mrs. John Heron, of California, had arrived rather late, on account of an accident to the car of Mr. Hammersley Fisher, who had been entertaining the Herons at Narragansett. Mr. Heron, owing to indisposition, had remained behind, and only the ladies' host had accompanied her to the ball. At the moment of their entrance a dance, given by several famous Russian professionals, was nearly ended. An extra dancer had accompanied the party as an understudy of one of its members who feared a breakdown. Not being called upon to dance, he had taken up his station near the door, and must have known Mrs. John Heron by sight, though not her husband. When she came in, accompanied by Hammersley Fisher, he shot the latter through the breast, calling out in English, "Take that, John Heron, for your sins against the comrades." Unfortunately the Russian, or pretended Russian, was allowed to escape in the confusion, but the police had hopes of getting upon his track. Mr. Hammersley Fisher was seriously, but not fatally, injured. All the guests of Mr. and Mrs. Sands, with the exception of 4, had left, that the house might be kept quiet for the invalid. The 4 who remained were Mr. and Mrs. John Heron, Justin O'Reilly, and Justin O'Reilly's wife. The End.